to comprehend. We cannot break, we cannot bend. We must find and strike their hearts. Must stop its relentless beating pulse. For these tyrants covered our world. Gather our people, bring them to the ruins. You shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. Fire every soul they took away. Rearm and take our aim. Rain down the fire like rain. You will stay and fortify. You will be our silent eye. Will come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away. We arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like just another vacant race. To think of what is standing in their way. Oh, face them up, For we are true to our name. Once, a steal course. Strike twice. Redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on love. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To those who intend to up arms, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, reaping this war. We'll take up arms, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our clouds move closer, but with the deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred did rain. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order.
metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
变革轰然来袭。峡谷亦是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，携一子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营。驰歌试马少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Hello and welcome to the LPL. We're kicking off our day 3 of summer placements. My name is Hiprain. I am joined by Chamada, reunited at last. How we doing, mate? You alright?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. I'm happy to have you here, man. It's been, God knows how long. I don't even know how long it's been since.
A year? About a year.
Together. Probably over a year. Yeah, happy to have you on the LPL. I hope the games treat you very well today. And I'm super excited to be back, not only on the show, but here with you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I mean, we're getting ready for some Group B bangers today. First game of the day is going to be WE versus LGD. But we'll talk about that when we get onto that. Obviously, we still have, a couple of days of action that has happened before us. I can't actually remember who played yesterday. My brain's all scattered from getting all excited about today.
I've got you. It's fine.
You got me.
Ultra Prime AO, and now it's on the screen, so I don't even have to remember it. And then NIP Weibo. Anyone's Legend Ultra Prime, a surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, but a very, very fun series to watch. Ultra Prime realistically could have walked away the winners yesterday, but unfortunately, a couple of big fumbles when the Ultra Prime were not the winner in that series. AL took that and continued their dominance inside of their group, and then for NIP, mostly business as usual. As like you're mentioning today, WLGD, and then later on BLG RNG. Like I said, I hope the games treat you well today, especially this first series of the day, Jake. We could be in for probably 3 games of a lot of action.
I really hope we get a bang to kick it off. These two teams, WE and LGD, also very close in the standings 2-2. But LGD do have the game advantage in the double round robin right now over LGD. So LGD need to make this win happen. We are over in Group B today, as you can see. RNG, unfortunately, having a very, very bad run of it so far in the summer placements. Haven't picked up a single series win, 0-4. So they're looking for a hard run once we get into the main season of summer, right?
Yeah, once we get into the next stage, it's going to be very, very difficult. We'll see how they, try and recollect. But yeah, of course, for now, as you can see, that little blue marker next to their name indicates they won't be making it into Group A. And as you were kind of mentioning, WE already have that, head-to-head over LGD. So this is a very important series, not only because they're 2-2, but, trying to make sure that they can get the best possible score in terms of, overall match difference. This is the game to ensure that you're trying to, or this is the series rather, to make sure that, you're as clean as you possibly can be.
Yeah, I feel like if you unfortunately lose this game, you find yourself in a position where, you're basically locked into second, potentially third, depending on the outcome of the whole thing. But I believe we have some replays of yesterday's action, so we can go back and have a look at what's been going on so far in the season. Well, in the rosters. Sorry, I'm mishearing things in my ear. Right. Let's have a look at the rosters. Let's see who's playing today. All right, this is obviously WE, Wayward, Heng, Fofo, LP, and Mark representing WE. Anyone really jumping out to you so far, Chamada?
I mean, so far it's been Fofo, right? It's been the Fofo show. I'm not sure many people are over surprised by that, right? I feel like Fofo was a bit of a victim of his circumstances last year on EDG, and you know, I think the bounce back has been very, very solid. Him and Hung as a duo has been really, really spectacular. Wayward has had a mostly solid, very step up from his time on Top Esports. He was very, very inconsistent. I'm sure those were watching from last year will remember. And yeah, as a whole, this W lineup very, very solid and looking to look very solid into LGD. And I expect again a lot of that is going to come from Fofo and it's going to come from Hung as that mid jump duo.
Yeah, I mean, they have to step up today because it really is the difference maker for how everything goes going forward at this point. Let's have a look at LGD, though, the team who have the 1-0 up in this matchup. It's Birdol, Meteor, Hai Xiao, Xiao Yi, and Jin Zhao. I'm going to go to the same question here. Who are we looking at on this roster? Who's our kind of like standout players right now?
I mean, I feel like for LGD, they've looked a fair bit better with Xiaoye in. This is also kind of a trend that we saw last split as well in spring. So I'm kind of hoping to see a lot of play through bot, realistically, right? Meteor and Jinjiao linking up. A lot of very bog standard League of Legends, right? It's kind of what I'm looking for. Like making sure that LGD's fundamentals are on check is really how I want to see this team operate. And then I will keep my eyes on Birdle inside of that top side as well. As very simply, I just feel like the top side matchup is one which has the means to be volatile in this very strange way, just because of the nature of these two players and the weird tanks that are being played tend to be somewhat run-overy if they are left to their devices or if they get a bunch of help.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's gonna really be. Like you said, I think, you know, we want to see Meteor playing towards the bottom side of the map and, well, play with his, sync up with his support and kind of enable the team from there. Top could be a little bit of an island. I'm curious what we're thinking about the picks and bans and what we're expecting. This is my first time coming into Fearless, so I'm really excited because Fearless is genuinely one of the most fun kind of systems we have in League to watch. I'm really excited to see what that's going to look like. So I'm curious for your thoughts, like where do you think the priorities are going to fall, especially in this first game when the pool is completely open? What are they going to look for? And then, you know, going forward, what are we expecting after that?
Yeah, I don't think we should expect anything too out of the park, right? We've seen a small rise, to say the least, in some Zyra jungle priorities, so maybe that's something that, you know, raises its head a little bit more compared to some of the other AP junglers. But aside from that, your Corkis, your Varuses, Skarner is still going to be practically, you know, first pick or banned. Nothing out of the ordinary is more or less my, you know, expectations for this series. That said, maybe there were some learnings from the previous series between these two teams, right? It's not been a super long time, just over a week since. So we'll have to kind of wait. But a lot of the teams right now, they're not going out their way to play anything super special. They are just sticking to what most of the league are playing.
And I think that kind of comes down to the fact that we are still only in the summer placements. We haven't actually moved on to the main event of summer yet. So I feel like cards are being kept close to the chest. And obviously this is a draft style and a tournament style which forces you to have a wider pool than maybe typically you would in a league at this point, where, you know, even if you're playing best of threes, if you're not playing Fearless, you can pick Cassante multiple times top and just play that safely in the top side. But, you know, you get the Cassante once and then you have to look at something else top. You have to look at the flex options, and it's also about, you know, picking things that synergize with the team and then not being able to play it forward. So it's interesting, but they're still playing those cards close to the chest. Like you said, the Zyra jungle rearing its head is a fun one, but, you know, there's still plenty of like other higher priority junglers. I would be surprised if we do get Skarner come through today. I think that champ is, like you said, it is first pickable or first bannable. It's very, very strong right now. I expect to see, you know, it'd be a red side ban. Just don't want to let it get blind picked immediately. I think the threat in the Skarner is the fact it can also flex around as well. So it can move top, it can move jungle. It's a really, really oppressive pick. So I'm very excited to see where the priority will go for these players. Obviously, we know kind of what the meta looks like, but there's a lot of strong things in all of the lanes right now. So for me, what's going to be interesting to see is, you know, where did WE decide to put their attention? Are they going to try and get like a good bot lane going, or a solid kind of safe mid laner or something? I don't know. What are you expecting? Where do you think the priority is going to fall for them?
I mean, again, I feel like if you kind of look at these two teams contextually, I feel like there's going to be a lot of priority for mid-jungle with Team WE, right? Trying to secure that core key, trying to secure Tristana. If it's up, it's banned very frequently, but hey, you never know, especially against Fofo. And I feel like those are kind of the key picks that I'm looking towards. Wayward as well, I think is also very important to mention. One of the top laners here that does actually run the Mordekaiser, right, into that Skarner. So if we are going to be seeing Team WE open out onto the series on red side, then we can anticipate they potentially leave it up so that they can get that Mordekaiser counter, because, you know, you mentioned it's a flex, the Skarner. It's very rare we see it in the jungle. We'll have to see if it does make its appearance. It's kind of turn around there into that role as LGD are looking to take the stage with their lineup. You've never seen a walkout, have you, Jake? I feel like, because
this is my
very,
first
very
time
fun. We'll see.
seeing it this way anyway.
Yeah,
as a caster.
See if we get we'll see if we get any you know, fun interactions, but it could just be all business as usual today. As yeah, talking on LGD again, I feel like they're just gonna try and answer what they can against WE in that mid jungle as far as the draft is concerned.
Yeah, I feel at least when we're going on this walkout, I think it's going to be pretty business as usual. LGG really want this win. This is a very important game for them. This guarantees them. Well, it doesn't guarantee them, but it comfortably puts them in a position where they are just locked at that point. Actually, they might be locked after this. I really should check my numbers before I start saying things.
Classic.
This is a classic hit brain. This is a classic hit brain.
Numbers and talk about talk about locks. Right. It's important to note. WE, they also have RNG as their last game, and obviously RNG is super struggling. Who do LGD have then, if you're wondering about the RNG matchup between themselves and WE? LGD have BLG, so, you know, winning this series, they're still... look, I'm going to be honest, BLG are really good.
Yeah.
Will they win the next series? I'm going to, you know, if I was a betting man, my money would be going on no, right? And they're gonna end the group 3-3. So, you know, again, it's more about ensuring that, you know, you can try and find yourself in a 2-0 situation at best to try and again neutralize the head-to-head in terms of game score itself, the individual game score. It's not necessarily going to be that way. Again, I think these two teams are very, very closely matched, right? But WE, in my head, have a lot more running for them as we look and get a little bit closer to the game as they are now walking out to the stage.
Yeah, WE obviously very, very set on getting this win, because this does change the difference between their current standing versus LDG. Obviously, when I was talking about these two, I was like, yeah, they're the best in the group, and then looked down at my notes, I was like, oh yeah, BLG are 4-0. How did I forget BLG? They're absolutely stomping it right now. But the outcome of this game can really determine the future of the next these two teams and how they play going forward, because there's only one more week left of the summer placements, and then we're into the main summer itself. And your position where you are in the main season is really going to affect your playoffs and how easy of a time you have going forward on that front. So it really is all to play for in this series. Very, very tight one. I don't expect any shenanigans really to come out of this first game. I think this first game is going to be get as strong a team as possible and go off there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's something that you tend to see a lot. We'll see again whether or not there's some speciality to return. Like I mentioned, for WE, when you're talking about dealing with some of those meta picks, it is Wayward, who's one of the few in the league. Bin is also another player that comes to mind immediately. That is, you know, playing the Mordekaiser. I think Sheer has 1 game logged, or 2 games logged at least. So there's definitely a couple of teams who are willing to let the Mordekaiser go through, not the Mordekaiser, let the Skarner go through so they can get the Mordekaiser and find themselves in that really good matchup. If a champion's so broken that you find that the meta answer is simply removing it from the Rift, yeah, you know what? We'll let that stew in your brain and see how that sits with balance. But yeah, again, I'm very happy, or rather very excited about this mid jungle. The bot lane, you know, just to mention it draft-wise at the very least, you know, at the very least, LP does play some Ziggs, or he's shown the Ziggs rather.
Yes.
So there's a little bit of room there potentially, right, for I wouldn't necessarily even say, you know, shenanigans, but hey, you know, this really opens up the draft now for us to run a full AD topside if we need to, because we know we're going to have that backup of LP being able to rely on him with the Ziggs, whereas that doesn't necessarily seem like something that Xiaoye has shown so far since he's sort of taken center stage here on this LGD lineup.
Absolutely. I do think the Ziggs, even if as a pocket pick, it's something you need to kind of keep in mind when you're the team who have that, because you don't want to be overloading on the amount of AP damage you have as well. So it means you have to look towards your mid or your jungle to kind of fulfill that role. So it is a solid pick, and it is one they have in their back pocket. And I expect it maybe will look to be a higher priority pick as we move later into the series. If we potentially do get onto a third game, once the ADC pool has been trimmed down a little bit at that point, you may look at things like this Ziggs actually as a solid pickup, which can kind of fulfill a role for the team. And we'll see really what the teams are going to be looking to pick up, as we will be getting to picks and bans ever so shortly. And I think a lot of these questions about what we're expecting from game one will be answered then. My expectation is it's going to probably be a pretty stock standard game one.
It likely will. It very likely will. And, you know, for WE, I was saying this the other day, it's been a while, it feels like, since WE have had, like, a potentially strong chance of making it, you know, I want to say, well, obviously they came 7th, 8th in spring, but I feel like a lot of people weren't necessarily super convinced, shall we say, by WE's roster in spring. This WE, at least to me, gives slightly different vibes, which, you know, I'm not to relegate, you know, analysis to vibes, but I will say this WE lineup, again, it looks a little bit more confident. Obviously, they are restricted to Group B play right now. We'll see how things line up once they actually make it into the next portion, and whether or not, you know, this series, again, is going to be a big indicator. If they do win, got confirmation. If WE win, they will lock second. Simple as that. If LGD win, they won't lock second because of game score. So a little bit more on the line there for you. Winning this series with WE does actually confirm that they will be second, and that will put them in Group A. That's where their meta will really be tested before they actually hit playoffs. So, you know, for WE, going back to it, last time they made a super deep run in playoffs, 2021, right, in summer. So, again,
a long moment.
Journey starts here. It's been a good 3 years since they've really reached those heights. Gone almost to a world championship. Long time since then. As here we are. Picks bans, Skarner, Karthus, Yone, gone. So WE don't even want to first pick this Skarner, or rather, they would rather pick something else and not give the Skarner over. And then those double AD bans for LGD right now. We'll see what that third one is. Maybe something towards Hung in that AP jungle department.
Just having a look on the other side. The Ashe and the Tristan and the Maokai getting banned away. Nothing too exciting there, really, off that bat. The Corki obviously left open from that, so WED snapped that one up as a quick pick. But the Varus is still up and available. Cassante is up if you want to save top laner as well. There's plenty of picks for LGD to pick up off the back of this. Curious where their priority is going to go. They don't have to pick something like a Varus yet. They could pick that just before the second ban phase and get themselves more comfortable lanes outside of bot right now.
Yeah, you definitely could. Very much wondering whether or not that will be the case. These hovers have been a little bit strange, but Rumble will come through here for LGD. So we'll wait and see exactly where it's going to go. Still a very, very strong laner, and something that Birdle is pretty alright at, to say the very least. The owner as well paired up a bit. So a little bit of setup plus the Rumble immediately off rip. So anticipating an AD jungler out of Meteor. In my mind then, if we're going to be seeing the Rumble. I doubt we'll see a Rumble flex into the jungle, but hey, you never know these days. Xante being hovered. Honestly, it's one of the few top laners that can, at the very least, survive the Rumble lane. You know that for sure. And it's actually the reverse matchup of what Birdle played against RNG. So we'll see whether or not Wayward can make good on the lane matchup as well as Birdle did. Now, AP jungle option potentially for Hung. Yeah, there's Nidalee.
There it is.
And now you've got 2 poke components. Obviously, Corki operates a little bit more traditionally as an ADC now, but still has a fair bit of poke inside the kit and has that Nidalee alongside it. I will say, I'm not a big fan of it here. There's not a whole bunch of setup, right? And it's 2 relatively scaling-ish solo lanes, so I'm going to need to see a very, very aggressive bottom lane come out here from LP and Mark to really sell me on this Nidalee pick. But for now, LGD looking towards the mid lane up, and they were looking that
yes. What a welcome. My favorite champ getting locked in on the first game. Lovely little mid pick up there. Obviously, the Corki's still flexible between mid and bot lane, so in a world where they're not 100% sure this Corki is going, so they're moving into the second fan phase with that in mind. I expect WE to maybe look at the jungle pool here and pinch that with the Nidalee pickup, and unless this is a Rumble jungle, I think they'll probably look to pinch that just a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I really do doubt it, but we'll see. No, they're gonna ban. Yeah, like I feel like going something like Graves, Viego into Meteor is a really, really solid set of second round bans here. He's landed on it a fair few times so far, Meteor, Graves, and there's not really many other junglers in the league right now playing the pick. There's the Viego, so they just don't want to deal with, you know, some Meteor classics, but this is also another pick of Meteors inside of that trifecta of ADs that he does love to play. It will balance out the top side damage pool, and he's gonna lock it in. And now you've got this massive Lambda spike to have to kind of deal with. I'm trying to picture how these LGD fights play out in my head because their comp is a little bit all over the place. But what I can say for sure is they've got two very, very powerful solo laners with a Kindred. The options to invade should be there and very frequent, whereas Fofo on a Nidalee, who tends to want to invade, right? The Nidalee doesn't necessarily have that running right now. Now you also got Rakan into Leona, and unless you lock in Varus right here, you're gonna have no winning lanes playing Nidalee into Kindred. I'm a little bit concerned, Hiprain. I'm a little bit concerned about WE's draft right now. Xayah would, at the very least, make the 2v2 on the bottom side playable. But if they go Ezreal, it's gonna be close to full yield for the first 15 minutes of the game, and that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah, and like you were saying, this is bad for Heng on the Nidalee, because, you know, the losing lanes means Kindred's gonna get free, well, Meteor's gonna get free run into their jungle, take camps, deny them. I mean, you're pairing Kindred LeBlanc up as well. There's a lot of burst damage potential there in a skirmish scenario. Kai'Sa in the final lock-in for LGD, and they put themselves together a pretty solid comp here. I'm definitely in favor of what LGD have got to work with. I will say, it does feel a little kind of every man for themselves. You have obviously the Rumble Leona combo as a pretty big thing for starting fights. But like LeBlanc is going to be wanting to be in a flank and playing slightly self-sufficient. The Kai'Sa will be jumping into the backline, and it's going to be on Meteor to use that Lamb's Respite to make sure that they don't get bursted through, because Corki Ezreal, that is a lot of poke.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is a lot of poke. Like this, realistically, the one thing that W will have going for them once they hit the 2 iron mark, right, is the Corki is going to be very, very strong. The Ezreal should be on, you know, Muramana, Triforce, or Essence Reaver. Oh no, it's not even Essence Reaver anymore. Excuse me. So Triforce, Muramana Spike. It's gone. Yeah, I forget sometimes. I'm a Gangplank player as well. It just makes me sad.
Don't worry, we both are, mate.
To the answer. And yeah, like, it will look all right once they hit 2 items, but my concern is making it past the first 15 minutes of this game and actually having 2 feet to stand on. LGD, again, to say that the deck is stacked for them in this game number 1 would be a massive understatement. They're gonna have 3 lanes of prio. Kindred should be able to invade on repeat. Meteor should have the time of his life. I'm not sure what WE were thinking here, but maybe they will outperform simply at hands of macro. We'll have to see as we get into this game number 1 here of our series, LGD-WE.
Here we are. Game number 1 is underway at this best of 3. WE versus LGD. We've said what we expect. We said what we think of this draft. And it's really on WE to perform here. Remember, they have that match point, so if they lose this series, it's not over for them. But if they win this series, they are locked into second here in Group B. We're feeling very comfortable with that one. And Hung going for an invade onto Meteor here, just to pull the ward down, just to get some vision and kind of early tracking of this Kindred and their movements.
He's going to need everything he can get.
Yeah.
We'll see what exactly Meteor's going to look to do. He's going to start on the bottom side, at the very least, on his blue buff. Again, so many options here, I feel like, for Meteor. He's got mid lane set up in prio. Top side is always going to be relatively low for a potential dive. Bottom side is Leona with Kai'Sa, so there's a bunch of burst there. again, you know, like, I'm really gonna have to keep my eyes not only on the jungle matchup, but how the priorities lie. As
Into a
Jin Jiao and
skirmish.
Xiaoye. And also important to note, that picture-in-picture, they got that ward, the LGD bottom lane, so because the XP changes from some time ago, they should actually get level 2 first on the bottom lane. It's not something that's always been a thing, but now they might. And here's how Hung's gonna shake up this early game. He's going for a red buff invade. And again, he's got to do something. He really has to. The game is gonna be so awkward otherwise. Meteor is completely unaware.
That's massive,
He's
by the way.
still on his
Haichao placed a ward on the jungle entrance and even was leaning towards that red side just in case this invade happened. I don't think, and I think this is a bit silly, but I don't think they expected Hung just to jump over the Baron Pit wall into the red side. I don't believe he was spotted by the minion wave there either,
Yeah,
so they have no idea that this Nidalee has just stripped 2 camps from the top side of the map. He's going to head back to their jungle, and Meteor going to be put significantly behind off this, so slowing down the advance of LGD's team here.
Alright, well, let's see how Meteor bounces back from this. And actually what Hung's gonna do, because it's a bit of a mind game now at this point. You can either go back to your 2 top side camps, or you can try and beeline to your bottom side camps and take them.
Yeah,
The
he
big
knows.
problem is, of course, Xiaoye and Jin Jiao have prior on the bottom side. It's all a bit mind gamey. You can see Jin Jiao here. They're clearing a bit of vision, so they're going to try and make space for Meteor here to enter into the bottom side. So it might end up just kind of being a bit of a pseudo map split scenario.
There's a world
wait
where they
and
might
see.
just fight for this. I mean,
Yeah.
Hung is coming over. He even spears his wolves, gives up on his wolves and comes
might
into the
get that.
chickens. He's got the smite available. I believe that was Meteor who picked it up. Now looking to get the trade mark. Just going to back off. Looks like there's a lot of posturing, but not a lot really actually going to be resolving from it.
Yeah, it's first numbers there from LGD. Unfortunately, it looked like Fofo was trapped underneath his tower. And like you said, the chicken camp does go over, and this will be first mark as well. Over to Meteor. RNG did him good. And he should be able to get double skull. It's a little bit of an early recovery here. Looks like he wants to pass through onto Fofo as he does go for this top side skull. Hung is also beelining up there. Chains connect.
Chains are on. Meteor's coming. He's going to apply the slow and get all the damage off onto Weefo, but looks like he's in a little bit of danger. Fofo able to get the Valkyrie away to safety. Hung comes through just to make sure there is no kill potential there. And Haichao actually walks away worse for that trade. Lower HP. Does have that teleport though, so we'll be able to get back into lane as Wayward just being bullied heavily here by Birdol. Not particularly surprising, but Hung coming in to see if he can make a hero play happen onto Birdol. Waiting for a good opportunity to try and land that spear onto him. Is going to be able to get the connect, and there it is. First blood for Wayward.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Birdle. Just doesn't flash the Pathmaker. Thought he had enough health to walk out. He didn't. And that's first blood over to Wayward, and that's going to be a real big bit of alleviation in that lane matchup. Expect him to just go back and pick up a Negatron cloak and just try and survive the lane. It's so frustrating, Rumble, but it's what you need to do. Just stack MR early on. It makes your life a lot easier. And again, you know, for W, we kind of mentioned how topside, it can be an island very frequently inside of this map. Birdle picks up the Rumble, expecting, you know, to try and just dominate the 1v1. But unfortunately, just because of the way the early, you know, first couple of minutes here have played out, it allows Hunger a bit of a free entrance up into the top side. As they know, Meteor was likely just going to reset off the back of that mid lane gank. And it's a freebie for them, and now they can try and snowball that lead a little bit if they would like to.
I mean, props to Hung, because we were even talking about how we thought that LGD just had the lane prio. They had a lot of pressure in this game early, and he's done a lot to alleviate the growth of Meteor on this Kindred, but also being able to enable his team, like Wayward getting that kill. Down in farm pretty significantly, but that kill is going to really kind of bounce him back. The problem is Birdle has 6, Wayward doesn't, but Birdle losing a lot of HP. Hung jumps in. They do get the knockback onto him. They almost find the kill. Throws down the ultimate. Wayward's in danger, but he's able to get flash away. Hung gets fined by Meteor, and Meteor secures the kill. It's a 1-for-1 topside.
Alright, well, it's a 1-for-1, but Meteor gets a stack. So, you know what? It sucks for Birdle, but I'm just going to call worth for LGD overall. As now Meteor, again, of course, you have to remember, those first couple of stacks that Kindred gets you know, trying to make it to that 4th stack in particular, that's where the first big numbers increase comes in terms of, you know, the base stats or attack range and what have you. So super, super necessary in pro play especially to try and get the ball rolling as early as you can. And there's actually even a mark on the Raptors, but LGD want the Dragons, so they'll look for that first. Try and pick that up, and of course W have all the prior. They can't walk in. As there should be a cross map. Emphasis on the should. A little bit delayed, of course. But they will look to start up in a moment's time. As actually Hung, he's pulled off the grubs. He wants to contest this. He doesn't want to let it go for free. Or actually, more aptly, he just doesn't want Meteor to get the mark off the back of the Dragons. So he's going to drop the 3rd grub and just look to pick up those Raptors to make sure he doesn't get it.
Do you think that's worth? They could trade. They're not going Dragon. Okay, if they traded Dragon for a denial of a Kindred mark, I might argue that wasn't worth. But
I mean,
the Dragon was actually denied, so
it's
I think
fine
this is
now.
Fine.
This is totally okay for Hung. Like, you know, it sucks to not get all 3 grubs, but at the end of the day, you get 2 grubs. You still feel pretty alright with it. Of course, the other 2 are going to spawn back in a couple minutes' time, and then you can look to contest them. If Meteor ends up there, then he'll pick up that lone grub himself. And now WE, because Hung pulled off a little bit early, they've got tempo to do the Dragon themselves, so it's definitely not bad at all. And LGD will fall a little bit further behind. And you know what? Like you were saying earlier, credit to WE. They don't really have any lanes of prio realistically, but the windows they've had, they've used really well. But now engage in.
LP's already used that shift away, has to flash out from High Chow, and in comes Xiao Yi. The flash away from the knock-up. He's able to find the kill. That's the Dragon secured as well by Meteor. The Zenith Blade connects onto Hung, and he goes down. LGD played that flawlessly.
All right. You know all that stuff I was saying about WE and how positive that sequence of play was? Well, yeah, never mind. Yeah, it's all gone. LGD pick up the Infernal Dragon. They get 2 kills, and both of them, I want to say, or one of them actually, not both, go into Meteor's back pocket. So now this Kindred, he's really going to be online. The only fortunate thing really for WE is that LGD decided to mark Wayward. Meteor did, so no 2nd stack going over, or 3rd stack rather. But what a really good play there for LGD, and now WE going to be scratching their heads wondering what to go to next. But the setup itself looks pretty alright for W in terms of being able to pick up the Dragon and get out, but they're just forced to the back of the pit. Perfect smite from Meteor. I mean, he smited at 624, and I think at the same frame, one of the jungle pets must have damaged it. He's the one that gets the last hit, plain and simple. And then the kills and chase out are super easy.
Beautiful flash there from Xiao Yi as well. Just gets away from the knock-up on the Rakan. Mark wasn't able to make the connection and just got so much damage down. LP got caught as well early, which forced him to use that shift, which definitely cost him a lot because he had to flash to avoid High Chow. Found himself flashed into the Dragon Pit with no E, no ability to escape. And yeah, it was a sequence of unfortunate plays, but cost WE quite heavily there. Now, what's actually come off that? They got a bunch of kills on to Meteor. Meteor's definitely a lot more accelerated off this, but Dragon secured as well. But still, WE have pressure in pretty much all of their lanes, which we predicted they weren't going to have. So ultimately, they've still remained relatively in control. The gold isn't that different between either teams. Either Meteor is potentially looking for a play here onto LP. LP is just going to shift away before Jin Jiao can land the Zenith Blade onto him.
Yeah, we'll get caught out by that play. And I mean, for WE, again, they can still rely on their scaling. And you know, I was thinking to myself, obviously with all the Corki changes, he shifted into a lot more of a lane-dominant champion. I still would have thought there would have been a little bit more pressure one-to-one LeBlanc onto this Corki. But just went Merc Treads and he's kind of just cruising through the lane, to be honest with you.
Merc Treads are the biggest counter to LeBlanc.
Yeah, I'm watching that play out right now.
It's horrible.
But yeah, like you mentioned, Meteor's very, very accelerated, and LGD really want to try and use him as soon as possible. Kraken Slayer, Kanik Rukun picked up for Wayward on the top side, so now he's really going to be able to survive this Rumble lane now. Very, very easy to just kind of expend that magic shield as your effective health and then just kind of reset, wait for it to come back up and then look to trade again. Thirdle does have that Leandries, but of course, it's kind of one of those things now where you've lost a lot of that early pressure that you don't really get to put down now that IM is in.
Oh, Haichao losing quite a lot of HP there to Fofo in that trade. Meteor is coming in. Jinjiao also in the area. The Valkyrie was used just to separate themselves from one another, but Haichao very low HP here on this LeBlanc, just been heavily poked out. Not really sure they're going to be able to do much of anything in the mid lane, but Wayward having a trade here versus Birdle. He's actually going in with the all-out. Going to keep the chase onto Birdle. Birdle's in some serious danger. Finds the knockback with that third Q. Looks like Birdle probably just going to go down to Hung here.
Yep, Mark Hung here weighing in. Unfortunately for Birdle, no one's coming to save him. It's a top
He
lane
has
nightmare.
no equalizer. He's in danger. Gonna put the oven on, but no one's getting toasted. Lovely little kill there. I'm able to secure the kill. That's a plate as well, picked up. And WE, even with that misfortunate play at the Dragon Pit, still remain in a really solid spot right now. And Meteor, they taking away this camp. I can't tell if it's the marked camp or not. Is not, but they are onto 3 marks, so 1 more mark and they get that first big power spike on the Kindred with the range increase and everything that follows along with that. Not long until the main objectives are coming up. We've got the Dragon and the Grub spawning in the next 20 seconds, so I wonder if we're going to have a split on which objective gets taken, or if the Dragon is just going to be a major focus point here.
Yeah, I mean, the Dragon will be this next major point, I think. But, as I say it, Hung...
They've already got
gonna
3
shift
grubs.
his attention. Yeah, see, I was thinking because Wayward already have... Wayward's down on the bottom side with teleport, but he doesn't have ultimate, so I guess they're just happy to trade out the grubs for now. And maybe they can look to continue to smash on that top tower, let Fofo, you know, pick up all of that gold, accelerate him to 2 items, so that seems to be the play. Yeah, now I was anticipating with Wayward teleporting bot to catch that wave. And with the mid prior they had, they were going to look for it, but they just don't want to go head on right now with LGD. Hung is actually going to drop that 6th grub.
I think it's a dive coming in, that's why.
Yeah, in favor of diving Birdle. Poor guy.
Yeah, he's caught by the quickness, does put the equalizer down, and he is toasting them, but not got anywhere near enough damage. I say that! They have to use everything to keep Hung alive.
Yeah.
They pull it off, but it was not clean.
If you're wondering why Hung decided to U-turn his pathing there, it's because he saw Jinjiao on his way up on the vision, so he was gonna path backwards, obviously, towards the red side of the map. Must have seen him whilst he was doing it, and then decided, actually, I don't want to deal with that. Just on the off chance there's someone else nearby that can also close the gap. Like Xiaoye with that ultimate with the killer instinct. So that's why it looks so goofy. But they pull off the plate. They don't actually get the tower, though, and Fofo is actually resetting right now. Doesn't even want to expend the tempo to finish it off. It's less than 1000 HP, mind you. But not willing to do it. Want the tempo, potentially for this Herald contest. But now the kind of awkward issue is Wayward, he's on the bottom side with no teleport, but he has shoved up this wave, so he does technically have a timer to walk up, so they should be alright. And again, poor Birdle, 0-4-1. It doesn't really feel like he's had much control over that. Outside of maybe the very first death, I think he could have flashed out. But beyond that, it's been pretty rough sailing for him.
Yeah, it
So
turns out top was
W's
not
focus
an
has been-
island this game.
No, top was not an
They
island.
just, they just repeat ganked poor Birdle. And he just wasn't really able to do much of anything there, unfortunately. Hung is going to start up the Rift Herald. The whole team's coming in. Teleport coming out from Birdle. He doesn't have the Equalizer, though, which is basically the main thing he's offering at the moment. Got the Leandry, so will do a lot of damage if he had it. It's not too long until it comes up, so maybe there's a world where they can stall. They are just going to try and get a little bit of poke off from LP. He's doing a lot of work onto Jin Zhao specifically here, as Haichao actually comes over the wall, not going to be able to get in range, and LDG, I think they were just a little bit too slow to the play. Mark did a fantastic job of setting up the vision, and we go into a little pause.
Okay, well, nothing looked weird, so I doubt this is a bug pause, but hey, you never know. We'll have to wait and see. But kind of taking a step back for a moment and assessing this game, you know, we've been, and I feel fairly so, pretty negative around WE and their draft, but they've done a really, really good job of navigating it, despite, frankly, how doomed it looked from the offset. But they're cruising pretty happily, I would say, to the second item right now.
I'm always happy to eat my words, and I think we are eating our words right now. We were critical, and honestly, I think Hung has been the major factor in what has decided the tempo of this game and put his team in a comfortable position. That blue buff into red buff invade, slowing Meteor down into the dive top lane, into basically just a repeat dive of top lane. Like, he's had Meteor's number this game. Every time Meteor's tried something, Hung has showed up. But not only Hung, he's had Market's back as well. And this is what you were talking about, the jungle and the support synergy. Every time a play from LGD gets made, it feels like multiple people of WE collapse in as well. And it's just kind of put a stop in any play that LGD have had. It's been really impressive to see from WE, because I really think they've had LGD's number this game so far. Obviously, it's still early-ish part of the game. They've got 5 grubs. They're down 2 dragons, most crucially. I believe it's an Ocean Soul, if I remember from the map.
Yeah,
it shifted while everything was going on, but yeah, so it's an Ocean Soul. So, I mean, Ocean Soul's a nice one, because if you can survive through the poke, you get all the sustain you'll get off the back of that, because there is a lot of poke with this Ezreal and Corki. So, I also feel LGD, while they're behind right now, have started to put conditions for them to actually be able to survive this game if it gets too bad. As long as they can get these dragons, basically.
No, absolutely. And, you know, I feel like, again, with things like Lamb's Respite, you've got the flashiness of LeBlanc and, you know, the very one-off plays that she can make that will really change a game.
Yeah.
I think there are definitely options here for LGD, and, you know, they're not necessarily drafted into a corner because they had all of the early laning phase, you know, to themselves. You kind of go to the old examples of, like, oh, you know, you have Renekton in Italy, and then you have, you know, LeBlanc was always the example, and like Kalista bot. And it's all of a sudden, yeah, you don't get to play the game after 25 minutes because the other team will, you know, wholly outscale you. I don't think that's necessarily the case here. I do feel like, you know, options, despite some of the range available to WE, for LGD to close those gaps and, like you were saying, answer out. And I feel like the onus really is on WE to make sure, you know, this next dragon, if they decide to give it over, right, and give Soul Point to LGD, they're trading it for something worth. They picked up the Herald, of course, just now before we went into the pause, which, just as an update, there is no update. We haven't had any comms on what's going on. But we will, of course, let you know if we do get any information on that. But yeah, as we wait for that information. Game is dead even as far as the gold is standing, and again, it's all about those neutral objectives and making sure they can get to their second items, both LGD and W, but W especially.
Yeah, it does. I mean, so far it feels like the game has been steady, but I feel WE are definitely in control of it. And while there's not a massive deficit between either teams, it does feel like W are slowly starting to pull ahead. And we talked a little bit about the kind of scaling. Obviously, Meteor on LeBlanc doesn't want this game to go too late. LeBlanc does, you know, fall off as you go later into the game. But someone like an Ezreal going to start to spike fairly soon. And already we could see the beginnings of the damage they were capable of doing on that Rift Herald. Jin Zhao was just getting poked out by the damage of LP on that Ezreal. He was just whittling his health bar down little by little till the point where Jin Zhao was... His options were engage and hope his team carry the fight because he's definitely going down, or just back off and give Herald. I think LGD did the right decision of just backing off and giving up the Herald, but, you know, every fight this goes on and every kind of next objective that spawns up, that Ezreal poke's going to get more and more and more, and it's going to be harder to push into WE if they move into a location first. And I think that's what's been separating these two teams, is WE's ability to rotate into an objective or into a location but they're looking to siege or fight at, and set up the vision, set up the control of the area, so then it's LGD walking into the Ezreal poke, walking into the Corki. And the biggest problem for Hai Chao right now on the LeBlanc is LeBlanc wants to just go into a sweeper, go into a flank. It's a bit like a Kali, right? Like, you want to be on that flank, you want to be behind, and you want to just jump a wall, block the Ezreal, and ping back to safety. But your team can't even advance forwards, and you're walking over a massive ton of vision. So that's what's slowing them down. And I do worry for LGD is this game is starting to get to a point where WE is just controlling it a little bit too much for them to get the openings they need. If they get that opening, I believe they have enough burst, but they're just struggling to get that opening right now.
Yeah, see if Hai Chao's afforded the opportunity. But oftentimes it feels like he just hasn't been. Still no update at the minute. We are waiting to see what the issue is. But
This feels like
you're saying.
This feels like
Yeah.
a reunion, like a proper reunion.
Oh,
between me
yeah.
and you.
Oh,
like get
oh,
into
yeah.
the first game, things start to get good, and we get a pause. This is classic us. This is.
Yeah, hey man, you know, the more things change, right? Like, yeah, you know, like I said on the entry, and I'm happy to be back with you, man. It's been way too long.
It feels great. It feels great to be back.
I'm glad it does, but of course, do you know what feels better? Being here in a pause with you. So yeah, we'll see.
That feels great to you, does it? This is
great,
where
man.
you thrive.
This is where I thrive, because now I get to really bake you. You know, like this is
no.
Yeah, the grazing's in. I got it when I first came here. Now it's no, I'm kidding. But yeah, we'll unfortunately have to be your unofficial LPL podcast for the time being, as we will continue to wait. What did you get up to, Jake? What have you been up to? Let the LPL audience know who you are. What do you do in spare time? What are you working on? What do you get down on? And you know.
Well, you know the answer to this question.
I know
Not
the
a
answer.
lot.
The audience
This year's been quiet for me. But yeah, obviously me and Jamada, we work together. Also Trouble as well. It's a bit of a NLC reunion, which is the UK League of Legends scene, and Nordics. That's what I've been working on for about 7 years now. So it's nice to come over here and join back with a bunch of people who I haven't worked with for a long time. You know, Trouble used to be back on NLC in the day. You were a former protege of mine as well. So it's lovely to be back with you. Yeah.
I'm technically the student.
Younger and better than me, but still a protege of mine at some point, once upon a time. It's great because I came over, found out that my producer was someone I used to work with as well, back in London back in the day. So that was a long time ago. So it's cool. This just feels like a reunion. Nymira's here as well. I forgot about Nymira. Yeah, he's also NLC. So true reunion at this point for me. It's great. But this year's been quiet, so I'm excited to be here casting some best ofs, because I haven't really done that many best ofs this year, because the tournament I cast, it's all best of ones, so we only get like to playoffs and then we get to best of threes. So it's nice to just be doing like lots of best ofs, especially in Fearless, which is, I still stand by, one of the most fun ways you can play this game. So
alright,
yeah.
It's time to spread some propaganda. It's not even really propaganda, it's just my opinion. I still feel like this version of Fearless, it's a psyop, man. Like it's complete placebo. You'll see at best one new champion, and even then that champion is actually like technically just meta. It's just not something that shows up over the other picks. Like, you know, I don't feel like at the very least this soft version of Fearless is really forcing fresh picks out onto the scene, like almost ever, if I'm being real. Like I feel like it's not as true as like best of 5, where I feel like this version of Fearless truly thrives, or true Fearless, as we're back into game. Lengthy pause over, unsure what was going on, but the issue has of course been resolved, so here we are on the Rift.
back into the action now. 16 minutes on the game. Only 1,000 gold between the two teams. Actually, it's 900 if you want to get on maths. As I said, that the gold ticks up, but 1,000 gold between the roundup. So nothing really that big between either team. You've got Static Shiv finished up onto Xiaoye. Luden's Companion finished up on Hai Chao as well. So everyone's kind of hit their first items at this point. And seeing how far along they're going to be kind of getting onto their next items by the time the next dragon comes up. Because WE, while they've been playing well, have given up dragons as part of their game plan. This does now mean that it's only 2 more dragons for LGD until they get that Ocean Soul. And like I was saying, there's a lot of poke on WE. Ocean Soul is the best soul you could have against it. It gives you so much sustain. It means that poke doesn't stick as hard. Problem is the 5 grubs absolutely melts towers, especially with Corki and the Sheen procs. He's just cutting down towers. Birdo not really strong enough to really contest here. As we're actually seeing Mark getting jumped onto by Jin Zhao, but Mark just dances away with the Q.
Yeah, for now. And as the map kind of opens out and the towers are taken, Xiaoye looks for a bit of a trade. It's not going to find it because the arcane shift. I feel like this is definitely a situation where LGD are going to benefit from, right? And the next couple of minutes, not just, you know, whilst this dragon will be up on the map, but after it as well, are really going to be telling about how much pressure LGD are going to be able to put on the map and how much vision they're able to actually set up. For now, W have a little bit of tempo, a little bit of a window here, because Meteor's on the top side. Probably wanted to reset after those camps, maybe. And you see Jin Zhao come to try and cover this. I feel like they're just going to get this without the use of the Herald, and they will. So that's 2 side lane towers over to Fofo, who must be ever close to that second item now. And they
Yeah,
still
he
have
is
Herald
really
to drop in the mid lane.
accelerating.
Yeah, he is really getting far ahead. He's almost 1,000 up individually now.
I'm
And if
curious
he's
if they're going to use
resetting,
it mid.
I would like... Well, he's pretty low on mana. I would like to know whether or not he's actually got mirror mana. The answer is no. Just wanted the mana. And like you said, yeah, I mean, the Herald I expect will be used mid on a timer where they feel like they want to pull LGD back towards the mid lane or just trade the tower itself.
Well,
for the
Dragon
dragon.
spawning up. Now's the time to slam it down and get some pressure in the mid lane off the back of it. Teleport getting used here by Birdle, who has the equalizer this time, which is a major difference between before. Dragon's already spawned up, and WE then lost to the fight here. The equalizer gets laid down, and already we see Jin Zhao go down to Fofo. Meteor jumps in, forced to use the Lamb's Respite, but doesn't even really save anyone with it. WE just muscle their way into the Dragon Pit, pick it up. That's their first Dragon of the game, and a massive denial there from LGD.
Yeah, big swing of tempo. And Herald also slammed into the mid lane. Everything goes WE's way on that team fight. And a little bit unlucky for Meteor. You'll see in the replay, because what he's trying to do, he's just trying to make sure that once Jin Zhao gets ulted back, you know, Lamb's Respite, it's just a frame late. It's really unfortunate. And then Xiaoye can't stand his ground. Lamb's Respite's a little bit too early for that. And it's actually a little bit unfortunate for him. And it's a 1 fight for WE. Really well played by Wayward. Just being the front man and trying to dissuade any follow-up. It was a pretty good equalizer as well from Birdle.
Yeah, it was a very good
in open
equalizer.
space.
Bit of supportal combat here between... oh, wow. Okay, don't worry. Spear comes in. Gets a whole bunch of damage off. Xiaoye just trying to get some damage onto this tower, but he doesn't have the grubs, so he doesn't have that little bit of extra bonus damage that will entail. So just going to be stepping back. Now, here's the thing for LGD. They are an objective melter. When you've got double ADC, and both as well, really good at killing high health targets, you are going to melt through Baron. So if an opportunity does come, and Xiaoye and Meteor get on it, they are just going to absolutely liquefy that Baron, especially once a couple more items come in. You've got the Kraken Slayer on Meteor, so he's already going to do a fair amount to it. Xiaoye able to get his Bork up at this point as well, so yeah, I would worry if I was WE, but you know, you make a play bot side and commit too many members, that Baron is gone before you can get to it. Birdle's just going to equalize the wave just to make sure that while his team are on reset, they're not going to give up this mid tower and lose a point of pressure. So nice use of that there from Birdle, but has put that ability on cooldown for a little bit longer now.
Shiv into Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, it's a weird build, right?
Yeah, you know, if Molecule's watching, I'm sure he'll make a tweet about that with a big old question mark on it. Because that's the emotion I'm feeling at the moment. I mean, to rationalize it, in all fairness, he might be hitting Wayward a fair bit this game, but
Yeah.
I feel like, you know, Kraken Slayer, Gwentsu's, all of these options just slightly better for Kaiser's gameplay loop overall. But hey, it's what he's landed on. And maybe he knows something I don't. So I'll never be overly critical of an item purchase. Unless it truly doesn't make sense. You know, like, unless there's really weird ones. Like there was in the LEC the other week. I can't remember who the supporter was, so I won't name and shame them. But it was like a Mikhail's purchase into genuinely no hard CC. Like that was genuinely like,
okay, in that case, yeah,
it was
what are
just
you doing?
slows, you know. And at that point, you could be like, "What the hell is he doing, man?" But yeah, at the very least, you know, there's a big old tanky Cassante in this game.
I guess also sustain into the amount of poke as well is another potential argument for.
I mean,
it's look, I'm pulling at straws here, but
Yeah.
that was a potential.
I don't know. I'm not a big believer of the lifesteal stat these days.
No.
Unless it's a bloodthirster. You know, the lifesteal stat itself is, like, obviously it's very useful, but compared to how strong it used to be back in the day, nowhere near as powerful, in my opinion. Still, of course, very useful. As, like you were saying, as Meteor actually sneaks over the wall and gets a 5th stack. Good on him. He will be able to, you know, heal up on some of that incremental poke. And that keeps on landing on him here and there. And that, of course, is one rationalization for sure. But you know what you could just do? Call me crazy. You could just sit on a Vamp Scepter. You know, it's...
You could.
It's 2% less life still. And yeah, I don't think you know, you're splitting hairs at that point.
Do you wanna talk about more lifesteal? Because Meteor's picked up a I've forgotten the name of that item. It's been so long. Immortal Shield Bow. That's the item.
I'm gonna stop you right there. Do you know what doesn't have lifesteal on it anymore?
Wait, does that item not have lifesteal anymore?
No, they took
That's
it
why I
off.
haven't seen it for a hot minute. I was like,
they took it off with the item reshuffle. But the shield is pretty good at
oh, they're going for the
yourself alive
engage
as
actually.
hello.
Jinjiao goes in. They do get the quickness onto multiple members. Birdo has the equalizer, waiting for a good opportunity to use it. Lays it down onto the backline as Wayward standing inside the Slam's respite, looking for the kill. Jinjiao, he's still alive. Birdo gets his revenge, taking him down. LGD get move on to Dragon. Beautiful play by them, but Fofo, he's actually going all in. Chains connect here by Hai Chao. They're going to be able to battle dance away the safety here from Mark. Dragon not been started up though by Meteor. He's posturing just in case another fight breaks out.
I think he's dragged it out just off screen. That's why he looks a little bit strange on the minimap. But LGD, it's a good fight. Yeah, there it is. That's exactly what's going on. They get that 3rd dragon. And yeah, I mean, Wayward just can't find that final bit of damage onto Jinjiao because of the Lamb's Respite. And WE can't find entrance because of Birdle's equalizer. Now W, they're trying to find something, but I think they'll be pushed out of the jungle here as well. Very, very well thought by LGD and well fought overall. As we're here for the replay. And again, it's all about the counter engage, right? This Lamb's Respite. It's so strong. Jinjiao's gonna die here for sure. And LGD, like, overall, they're a little bit, I wouldn't say hesitant, but they can't really step forward. But it's all about that equalizer. It prevents Fofo and LP from stepping forward to actually put damage onto those frontliners. And it just kind of lets them kill Wayward for free. Really well played.
Yeah, that was really, really nicely played by them. That equalizer, yeah, it's one of those ones where sometimes you equalize into the middle of the team fight just to secure like all the damage from it, but it was a zoning equalizer from Birdo, which forced the forced WE away from the fight entirely, and it was the carries as well. It was so well used. A lot achieved off that, and LGD now one away from Soul. With this static shift, going to be able to shove the wave in nice and quick, and Xiaoyi going to get some damage onto his tower, but there's a fight breaking out just by Baron in the meanwhile, as Xiaoyi is able to pick up that mid tower, equalizing that one out, and it's only one tower down, though, here from LGD, so they've got some work to do, but it does also mean there's a bunch of locked gold on the map for them, which could potentially blow this game wide open if they're able to get their hands onto it. Xiaoyi had bought a stopwatch, which I didn't notice. Well, sorry, a Seeker's Arm Guard now, which I hadn't noticed he did use in the previous fight, so that will obviously be on cooldown for a little bit, well, until he gets his Zonyas now. There's Hai Chao moving up towards his top side. This is not amazing for him. He has no kill pressure on a Cassante with a Kainic Rukin. There's just no way. So he's just going to be catching waves and stepping off for the moment as Meteor and Jinjiao just doing their best to get vision control of this Baron area. And they're now doing the game plan we saw from WE, who were getting control of every objective they moved on to. and then just picking it up with a hard case for the enemy to fight against it. Doesn't look like Xiaoyi has now finished up his needless large rod, so he's going to be ever closer towards that Zhonya's hourglass now.
He's working towards it. And items as a whole, I think third item really super important for Xiaoyi, but also Haichao. If he can get that death cap, you know, a little bit of magic resist is being purchased here by LP, but that threat that he's going to have onto Fofo is going to be really, really high. Let's see if they can make it to it, but yeah, like you said, those items coming in now, and WE, they're trying to accelerate the game a little bit positionally by being around this Baron. A play onto Fofo, perhaps.
Nope. Wayward comes in to make sure that play doesn't happen. That's a teleport burn, though. Just from the posturing, so that's a massive win there for LGD. True Shot Barrage goes a little bit wide as well. Xiaoyi does need to be careful as they are still full chasing into this blue side jungle. Not going to be able to find the kill, not going to be able to find anything. It does stop the tower from going down, so some of that locked gold remains locked away from LGD. But ultimately, the teleport burn is a big loss there for the side of WE, especially with the dragon spawning in 1 minute 20. So this now means that Wayward has to be a lot more careful with his positioning. Birdle could easily just push out this top side and force someone to go up there to deal with it. It'd have to be Fofo.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward to be down TP at the minute. But maybe with Dragon coming up in 1 minute's time, they can get away with it. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to play a little bit of ARAM for now. And Birdle's been pulled off that top side of the wave. Oh, hello.
Meteor has to use the ultimate on his own. He's in a lot of danger. Wayward's keeping the pressure onto him. The flash away. Jin Zhao going low. But in comes Xiaoyi. Launches it into the backline. Pops the Zhonyas. LP goes down. Wayward now 1 versus 3. Keeping the damage up though. He's able to find the kill. They continue the chase on as Haichao comes in. That's going to be 1 picked up for them. A 3 for 4 in favor of LGD. Beautiful turnaround.
Yeah, that was... I'm very surprised by how
he's all in it?
That played out. Fofo.
Oh!
Wow. Haichao, solo kill onto Fofo. Zhonya's just to block out that last little bit of damage. Really well played, and now it turns into an ace. And they get Ocean Soul. LGD. We said, you know, they're going to have options later on into this game. They're not going to be scaled, you know, right out after the sort of 25-minute mark. And they've done a really good job, but it all starts with this initial engage onto Meteor, and that Shieldbow purchase, I think, is what allows him to get that Lamb's Respite off and keep himself alive for so long. Otherwise, he would have died immediately. Jin Zhao dies in the front line. Birdle's Equalizer is great. It separates a lot of WE. We saw what happened on the bottom side. Fofo gets that kill up there on the top side. Xiaoyi as well, his assassination, I want to say it was onto Mark, was excellent, and he bought so much time in the backline. And then we get to this solo kill, double distortion for the chains through the minions. They die to that first, or that second distortion rather, and Fofo's just not expecting it. Didn't have flash. Really, really well played by Haichao to block out the rest of that damage that could have turned that play around. And now they have Ocean Soul as Jin Zhao. I think that's a ride he would have preferred not to take.
Yeah, that may have been a little rough for him, but they do pop the magic shield there with the Q from Haichao. WE do have a bit of pressure in the mid, and it's LGD who happen to push into them right now. So having a look at the ultimates available. Everything is back up and available, but a lot of flashes burnt from WE, but no flashes available on the side of LGD. So if someone gets caught, they could find themselves in a lot of danger. Jin Zhao jumps in. Equalizer lands onto absolutely everybody. That's going to be the end of Mark. Both supports are down, but the pressure's being chased up. Haichao jumps over the wall. They catch the W onto LP. In comes Xiaoyi onto the backline. He has the Zhonyas to keep himself alive. Wayward trying to get the block down, and Xiaoyi goes down. This is going to be the chain kill, though, for Haichao, keeping the damage onto LP. He's going to get into the Lamb's Respite to try and get a bit of bonus damage down, but he is picked up. Another chains are going to come through. Heng's in danger. That's a kill for Haichao. Beautifully played there by LDG as they get the ace.
LGD do a fantastic job here. And they should be able to pick up the Baron. We've still got an ADC in Meteor, who has an Infinity Edge, by the way. And of course, Rumble with this Leandro will burn through it. And What a fantastic fight again from LGD. Birdle's equalizers have been nothing short of spectacular. I don't think they're going to have the time really to wait for Xiaoye to get this Baron, but let's take a look at this once more because Jin Zhao, I mean, he goes a bit mental in all fairness, but he locks down Mark on top of the equalizer. So there's no real opportunity for him to try and dive into the back line. That Void Seeker finds out the, LP. Xiaoye buys a lot of time, and it forces WE further and further back as the front line continues to get chewed down by Meteor, by Birdle, just cooking through the health bars. And yeah, Lamb's Respite allows them to stay alive just that little bit longer, and then Hai Chao finishes it off. Excellently played by LGD. And you know what, Jin Zhao, he's been overly aggressive, I think, throughout a lot of this game, but the aggression more than pays off in that play. And now LGD, they have the Baron nest in really good stead here to take a couple of these standing structures, extend the gold lead even further. It's almost, what is that, 6,000 at the minute. More than. They're looking to break this open, but look at this play. Mark, he's behind them. LGD, they don't know, and now's the teleports in. Jake, you're muted. It's fine, though. We all make the mistake on the first broadcast. This
I did it. This is honestly, this isn't even the first time I've done this, and you know it.
Yep, I know. It's cool though. LGD, they lose their man. It's a good play from WE to stop that top tier 1 from falling, but they lose tier 2 in the mid lane anyway. So, frankly, it doesn't really matter too much. They just get their pick, get their shutdown. I'm not actually sure who the kill went on to, the kill credit, by the end of it. WE, I mean, they do a good job, all right, at kind of stonewalling the Baron, I guess, in many ways. I don't really see LGD finding another siege anywhere on the map in 60 seconds time, so unless they can regroup on that top side, pick up that tower, and then look towards Elder, I don't know if the timeline allows for it. Meteor's definitely trying his best to force it out on the top side. See if he can make it happen. Looks like he will, because no one on W is up there to answer. But now, it's Elder Dragon. 90 seconds away. Everyone has to look towards. That could be the big difference maker hit.
Yeah, you are fighting into that ocean, though. Double Zhonya's. Although one is on cooldown, but it will be up in time. That LeBlanc is pretty stacked at this point. You got the Void Staff, the Death Cap, Lunar Companion, Zhonya's, a lot of AP getting picked up. And Xiaoye also 4 items onto this LeBlanc where it's 3.5 onto LP. Fofo heads back, gets himself a QSS, well, the full Mercs at this point, just to make sure that he's not going to be getting taken down by the CC of Jin Zhao just jumping into their face. But the problem for the side of WE is the poke just doesn't stick anymore. Now that the soul is here for LGD, they're just going to struggle to keep the damage on to LGD enough to scare them off from fighting. Flank coming in from Hai Chao. Well, he's gone down. Beautiful pickup. They come in. Wayward gets himself the knockback onto 3. Goes in for the all-out, but he's taken down by Xiaoye. And LGD find that flank we wanted to see from the LeBlanc all game long. And it looks like they're just into the base off the back of that. No Elder necessary. Inhibitor goes down. They don't have a massive wave. And Fofo should be able to clear it out, but he finds himself immediately caught out. The Lamb's Respite comes in. Birdle's trying to keep the wave alive at the teleport. They're either out with a bunch of kills. LDG have done it. This is what they needed. A beautiful flank. Hai Chao and LeBlanc to put the end to this game. Nexus goes down, 36 minutes on the clock, and there's the win.
Really well played by LGD. It's been a very, very interesting game to watch play out, especially from the draft. I mean, we were very critical of WE, but they made a lot happen in the early stages of this game. It's not what we were anticipating until it was kind of flipped on its head. You shouldn't see that.
Peek behind the curtain.
Peek behind the curtain, yeah, I know. Yeah, you know, it was a lot of work that got put in there by LGD. Hai Chao individually, Birdle's equalizers. We'll have a lot more to break down as we head into the break and move on to game number 2.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the LPL. We're getting ready to go into our second game of our series between WE and LGD. LGD took that first game and that was the game they needed to take. They need to take this series if they want to keep their hopes of making second out of Group B alive. Right now, WE do have the 1-0 up in the overall series, but in this game, they are 1-0 up themselves.
They are, and we have MVP ready. I'm actually not sure who they're going to give it to. Okay, they will.
Meteor, interesting.
Yeah, no, makes sense. No, like, you know, I was just, in my head, I was thinking there were so many solid options that game, right? I feel like everyone had a relatively solid pop-off moment there. For LGD, Birdle's equalizers were fantastic. Xiaoye's team fighting was very much game-defining because it was setting up for the rest of LGD's advance. Jin Zhao's engages also very powerful, but they give it to Meteor in the end, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Kindred, you know, it's a hard champion to pull off in pro play for one, but also not only did he, I was gonna predict he dealt the most damage, but Hai Chao just about edged him out there. You know, again, some of the Lamb's respites, or many of the Lamb's respites, were very, very important, but also you have to remember, Hung had a really good start to this jungle matchup 1-1, right?
Yeah.
Stole away the red, stole away the Krugs, and Meteor still recovered out of the early game, so I think that's an MVP well earned. LGD are now 1-0 up in the series, and
it's tied between him and Hai Chao, right? Look at those.
Yeah,
both had the same kill participation. Both had pretty close on the damage. For me personally, felt Hai Chao deserved it because that like flank into just the one shot that won the team the game was like just I defining.
Said, everyone had a moment in this game, right?
Yes, they did.
And you know what? I would even honor it, like I kind of mentioned. Birdle was like 0-4. He got camped, man. Like, he wasn't allowed to play the game. And I would say, teamfight-wise, probably had the highest impact out of almost any player on LGD by a pretty long margin, actually. So, yeah, either way, well earned by Meteor, well earned by LGD as a whole. Made the draft work, right? Kind of flip on expectations. You're anticipating, you know, WE with effectively, 3 poke champions to try their best to outrange a lot of the mobility and whatever LGD can throw at them. Somehow, LGD get away with murder. They don't get outranged. The fights are pretty much all fist fights, and they're allowed to play 5v5s head on. And you know, I'm not gonna say WE were a bit mind controlled, but I'm gonna say that WE definitely could have played things a little bit differently, especially after, you know, such a good looking early game.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me is if you are to cast your mind back and kind of do the what ifs. What if they hadn't given a couple of dragons over early? What if Ocean Soul hadn't come in and that poke could have then stuck? I feel like that was probably the major undoing of WE in their comp, was as we just moved later into that game, the poke wouldn't land. It just couldn't stick because it was an Ocean Soul. You know, Birdle, just mental fortitude to survive that much camping and then not to suffer for it and actually come back. But it does look like we're getting ready to go into our second game of this series. And WE, they have to get the win here, push it to game number 3. Remember, if WE win this series, they lock second here for Group B going into the main stage of the summer split. LGD keeping their hopes of second alive here. And me and Jamado eating our words after that game 1. Let's be real. We both said not massively keen on the draft. They have losing lanes with a Nidalee, and they did a solid job of coming back in the early game. But LGD played that absolutely flawlessly as we went later in. But here we are into game number 2. Ash, TF, LeBlanc, Carthus, and Corky banned away with the Tristana as our first couple of bans.
All right, will Birdle bite the Skarner bullet and accept the Mordekaiser matchup? That's really the question. Yes. the hover isn't giving me good vibes on being wrong there. We'll see though. I mean, Varus wasn't picked up that. No, they're just going to Skarner. All right, well, expect Mordekaiser in these first 3 picks. WE obviously have the opportunity to pick up 2 other more powerful picks before they lock in their Mord on 3. But they wouldn't leave it up otherwise, right? I think this is something that Wayward and WE were looking for intently. If they weren't, I'd be pretty surprised. As WE will lock in the Maokai. They pair alongside that. That should be going into Hung's back pocket. Very interesting.
Jeez.
All right, I like that.
It's
like,
flexible.
Yeah, it's also flexible, but it's definitely not going top lane. I'll tell you.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just. I imagine Skarner, even though he's at a range disadvantage, just wins that matchup. Like, I'm just gonna be honest. I just don't see Jace having a fun time up there. Though maybe you could. Nah, I feel like you can't buffer the E, and that's really the problem. Like, if you're Jace and you can knock Skarner away before he gets that charge off, then I can see it working out all right. But I just have a feeling it doesn't quite work like that. There's a Yone and there's a Nautilus, so a lot of dive, a lot of hard CC, and a lot of forward movement for LGD, and I like this because it kind of lets you know mentally they want to keep on fighting, right? If anything,
Yeah.
if we're to go off from last game, they just want more and more and more aggression. Mordekaiser, though, looks awesome here, if I'm being honest with you. Not only is it good in isolation
it's a Mord angle.
against Skarner, it also does pretty damn well at isolating any of these melees. You're always going to be in range of someone at this point, right? 3 melees locked in by LGD.
Yeah, I mean, even if we're in the world
happy
where,
about
like, even if we're in the world where, like, this Skarner does actually flex into jungle, and I know it's realistically going top lane, but even if you do, like you said, there's so many short and close range champions right now that this mod is going to be thriving off the back of that. So we'll see what the next ban phase looks like. Obviously, probably looking towards the support and the ADC pool. The Zyra gets banned away. Remember that it's potentially a Zyra jungle getting banned away. Most likely a Zyra jungle, actually. Haven't really seen Zyra support in a hot minute. Probably things like the Varus as well. Obviously, it looks like they are just pinching the support pool even heavily here with the Leona ban. Curious what this is going to look like, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Spectre and the Leah ban here, or any of the plethora of AP champions you could really remove. Lilia, of course, pairs most nicely with the Yone. Get a sleep off, just sets up the Fate Seal at whatever angle you want to take. You've got 2 seconds to figure it out. What we see here, maybe a Braum to kind of just stifle some of the 2v2 pressure that could be had in a 2v2 on the bottom side here. Let's see if LGD want to remove it away. No, they want the Alistar gone. So Mark, we'll see what options he has in his arsenal. Of course, can't lean on the Rakan again for mid-game team fighting. The Braum's still up. We have things like Karma, I guess. I mean, it's a little bit awkward, I suppose. Depends on how deep he wants to go into his own champion called Thresh. But yeah, Braum I think just makes the most sense. Nothing you really need to hunt for there. And now LGD, you mentioned those AD bans maybe coming from WE. Well, nothing was really focused on. Are they going to save the Varus? Or are they going to lock it in now? That's the big question. Cool. Brand, of course, still up and available. Wouldn't be too surprised. And honestly, it's a pretty good Brand angle for Meteor as well. Obviously, you need an AP jungler here, LGD. But it's 3 melee champions here.
Yeah. I mean, you got Karthus
From
Brand
WE.
as your 2 angles, right? So, yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Brand. The objective clearer as well. Those grubs absolutely melt to him. I feel like this probably is a Varus angle, really, here for Shaya. I'm trying to rack my brains on what else is open, because the Tristan, the Corki gone, and with the fact they've already used the Kai'Sa. Yeah, it feels like Varus is just the safest pick here. That is going to be the angle, and with the fact that they've got a lot of kind of melee champions, now they've added some range with this Brand and this Varus. Over to WE to kind of round out their picks here. Jace mid, you talked about this at the beginning of the day with the Jace mid. A bit of AP wouldn't do them bad, so there is a world where this Ziggs could get picked up. They may just go traditional ADC as well, though.
Yeah, I think you do need a traditional ADC here. Like, even though Ziggs seems pretty fun. Okay, they go to the Kai'Sa in the end. I don't mind this either.
Bit of both.
If you go Ziggs, then you know the fact of the matter is you've got AP top jungle, Braum on bot lane. You're just gonna see Merc traits everywhere. It's just gonna start to get a little bit miserable. So Kai'Sa obviously kind of fills that pseudo hole of, hey, you know what? Kai'Sa could technically go poke here if she wants. We're probably gonna see a traditional AD build, of course, naturally. Kraken Slayer, Guinsoo, Shiv, that kind of thing. Not in that order, but those 3 items in combination. And WE, I mean, both these lineups really have 2 very solid team fighting compositions. Both have very explosive bottom lanes. Both have melee AD mid laners. Juggernauts in the top side. They're kind of going bar for bar here, if I'm being honest with you. And I think a lot of it is really going to be about, you know, how both these junglers approach their lanes in these early stages and what freedoms they do and don't get. Brand, of course, a lot stronger in the early game comparatively to the Maokai. Maokai brings a lot more to the team fights later on after level 6 once he's got the overgrowth available to him. So we'll have to see how things are navigated this early game in particular, on whether or not this brand is going to be able to get accelerated, whether or not Meteor is going to be able to get off the mark very, very quickly is really where my eyes lie. Jake, if you're muted again.
Nope, I was just doing a tactical pause there, mate. That's what it was. Utilizing dead air. Definitely not muted. Definitely not muted. Yeah, it's about the jungle, right? It's gonna be all about the jungle matchup. Meteor put behind last game on that Kindred, but still made it work. Does Hung have his number once again?
That'll be the big question. Giles. A little bit lackluster for LGD. WE, of course, we're in the Xi'an arena, so you're always going to find a little bit of bias for WE here.
Always going to be the case.
Always will be the case. As yeah, whether or not Meteor gets off to the races will be the big question. Taking a look across the runes, nothing seems too out of place, though Hung does have first strike, and he has the red jungle item. So,
is this like...
I think he's gonna go... Alright, maybe he just goes Leandries into tank?
Yeah,
but,
I've seen that. I've seen that.
Yeah, we'll see what his itemization looks like in a few minutes' time. For now, though, both junglers are going to start on blue, so I'm expecting they're just going to mirror their pathings. Right? Full clear. Brand wants a full clear. Maokai is probably not content with a full clear to full clear against Brand jungle, but he's not exactly in a position to invade him either. So we'll likely just have to accept the handshake all in all. But this is the matchup up here where I'm not going to say it's volatile, but once a couple of levels come in for Wayward, it's so Mordekaiser favored. And then, of course, those mid-game and later game team fights where you can just remove someone from a team fight. So powerful. And, you know, 3 melees. Hell, even Brand, right? Removing Brand before he can drop his whole combo off is so important in a game like this, where you could very easily see LGD relying on the Brand AoE damage to really get them through some of these team fights, right? Yone's going to take a long time to come online. Xiaoye actually has PTA, so he's probably going on hit here, right? There's maybe a world where he just has PTA for the lane, but we'll have to see. Meteor,
yeah, that is interesting,
these
actually.
Raptors. Just off
I mean,
vision. Yeah.
Does on-hit work here is the question. I mean, you've got 2 pretty meaty frontliners in both Hung and Wayward, provided Hung isn't just going like a full AP Mordekaiser.
Which would be funny.
It would be very funny.
I
think you're right with the Leandries into tank. I think you're right with Leandries into tank, but I'm not sure. I feel like he probably is just gonna go on hit. I'm not sure if it's the best option, but I guess we'll see. It's kind of on how Xiaoye wants to handle the lane, really. I mean, he played that last game very, very well.
To me, right, I feel like you have the room to go lethality here, just because you've got Yone, like you've got DPS ready. That'll connect onto Mark, lose a bit of health. Dark Harvest stack onto me. By the way, oh my goodness me, anyone who's seen the changes on PBE for Dark Harvest, that rune is gonna be broken next patch. Can't remember all of the numbers off the top of my head, but it kind of equals out to like, if you get like 3 stacks really early on before you're like level 5 or 6, Dark Harvest is just a kind of a better rune. If you can proc it, of course. There's the proc conditions, right? Dark Harvest, you gotta hit someone that's below 50% HP, and Electrocute is just, you know, flat out 3 spells or attacks, whatever. Dark Harvest is gonna be a very, very, very powerful rune next patch. And all I'll say is, don't be surprised if you see loads of people running it. Anyway, Meteor is running up towards the top side, and Hung does have Fated Ashes, so he likely will be going at Leandries first.
Speed is clear up at least the Fated Ashes. I mean, you're trying to match a Brand's clear, so I guess you take anything you can to try and speed that clear up.
Man, I'm gonna be honest. He should
Nah,
just go tank.
It's copium, bro. It's copium from me. Don't worry.
I can't even justify it in my head. Look, I don't mind it, right? But should he do it? Probably not. Like I think you need your tanky items to survive here. AP is just a bit of a bait. It's a little bit of a bait. But hey, at the end of the day,
he's invading.
if he's hey, get it, get it, hug. I'm not gonna bag on it for too long because it still works, right? So we're not gonna pretend like Leandros is a bad item on Maokai by any means at all.
I think it slows down his growth, but like what it will do once we're like 2-3 items into the game when he's tanky and he has Leandres, the bush control will be a lot more effective. So there are the little win-wins. Again, kind of huffing the copium a little bit on this build, but that is what I'm expecting from them. DC Fofo now hit that 6 mark on the Jace. Same for Hai Chao. 6s will be coming in fairly soon. The grubs will be spawning up in the next 10 seconds as well, so expect to see Meteor head over there. Already coming in with the Impale. Instant ult, though, from Wayward, just to cancel that one out on Birdle. Losing a lot of HP. Wayward just answered out immediately with the Shadow Realm.
You know, I don't see that interaction play out exactly like that, so I forget that happens sometimes. It just cancels the Impale. Like, you can't even do it. It's such a miserable matchup for Skada, man. Really well played by Wayward, of course. And the reaction time window is super big to make that happen, right? So it's not super difficult to avoid. Meteor's going to take that dragon. Jin Jiao is going to make his way to the top side. And Birdle's actually here. Hung, he's level 6, but the problem is that Jin Jiao was on his way, but Wayward's a little bit closer. LGD will...
Nice.
Yeah, LGD will get this little grab.
I actually thought the sapling was going to do that.
That would have been funny. That would have been funny for sure. Didn't take it though. And yeah, LGD get to at the very least trade out one grub. They get the dragon as well.
That's big though here for LGD that they did that, because if now on the next scrubslings they spawn up, Meteor, if he gets all 3, he now gets the summons for his team because they changed it. It is 4 and not 5 anymore. So that's actually a really nice little pickup there by Jin Jiao. A really, really stellar roam, and that ultimately nets his team a minor little advantage. They got 1 grub, they got the dragon as well off the back of that. Going to be sitting quite comfortable, and obviously they have the grub spawn quicker than the next dragon, so you expect Meteor is going to head over there. He's got himself a pretty significant farm lead over his counterpart as well. Just brand jungle things, absolutely melting through jungle camps. But Fofo does have a lot of pressure in this mid lane. You can see Hai Chao paying a lot of respect to him and the poke, as Hung, once again, coming into the area, is going to throw a sapling out, but this steal just... You're not going to be able to steal a camp from a brand. It's just not going to happen, mate, even with that mid pressure.
It's too difficult. Not only that, because of that CS lead he's actually got the upgraded Smite Meteor, so he's up 300 damage at the minute over Hung. I just don't think that's going to end well for him, so he just heads out. He's down a level, but he's got, of course, his full jungle to clear. It's just that Meteor's a full rotation of camps ahead in tempo, so maybe a play onto the bottom side from Meteor. Just walk bot, drop your whole combo for the sake of it. Could be that kind of play, for being honest. Jin Jiao for a dredge line. Actually,
they changed.
I wonder if Jin Jiao's gonna hit 6 on this wave, because if he can, he actually sets up for a really easy dive.
Well, Meteor's got 6 as well, so yeah. And this is the on-hit Varus, by the way. He's gone attack speed boots and got a recurve bow in the pocket. Jin Jiao didn't hit 6 crucially though, so I think the dive a lot harder to pull off. But Meteor's still going to come in and just play that zoning game. Look at Hung though in the distance. Twisted advance available to them and that ultimate. So you need to be careful. That's the ult coming out there from Meteor just for a bit of poke onto LP.
Just for the sake of it. Just for the love of the game.
I love LP's name just because when you combine it with the team, it's Whelp. And the amount of times where you'll hear me stutter in a fight because I want to say Whelp and I'm like, no, it's LP. But it does sum up some of the situations he's been in this series.
So Mazel and I came to an agreement that during any given WE series, you're allowed to say Whelp 3 times.
Okay, cool.
So you actually used one in the last game at the end of
I know.
game 1 in that call. So now you've got 2 left. Use them wisely. Alright, you've got you've got 3.
All right, so
Use 2. Oh,
Birdo flashing into the death zone they go, but if he can survive this, Meteor's going to be standing outside.
Yeah.
Slowed in with a Q. In he comes to the Impale. The flash comes out. Now they're going to look for the Q from Meteor. Goes wide. Going to throw a little bit more damage out. They do have the ultimate from Meteor, but it's not going to come through. The rest of WE have showed up to make sure that Wayward is going to be able to get away from this one. And ultimately, Meteor held his ultimate. The Pyroclasm is available to him still. And with the grub spawning up in 25 seconds, that could be a difference maker.
yeah. Oh, the indicator actually lied to you. Just because of how it looks on the cooldown rotation, it's just coming up now. But yeah, either way, Meteor was up there to pressure.
That's why I didn't use it then.
That's why he didn't use it. No, not a problem. But hey, look, Meteor's level 8. He's got that ultimate now for grubs. And he's got Jin Jiao in his back pocket. And of course, Brand. I mean, probably the best grub taker in the game.
Yeah, 1 proc, 2
As
proc.
you can see, 3 proc.
It's
really,
so
really
nasty.
easy. There you go. Into the next one.
It's so beautiful. It's
And
so
the
satisfying
grubs are
watching
gone.
Brand
It's
take grubs.
very, very satisfying. Now, Hunk will try and trade out by taking the Raptors on the bottom side. Alongside Mark. But I don't think LGD care too much. I mean, they could even have made a cross map to the top side if they were happy to give up this dragon. But they want to fight it because they know they're so much stronger. You can't really blame them. Birdo will get a plate. So LGD are pretty kind of up in the swing of things here. Will they give up this dragon? I mean, they're getting mid-prio. I mean, this is the problem. W are so scattered. Wayward's here on the bottom side, but he's not really winning or earning anything. LGD had numbers in the mid lane, so they're just going to be able to walk into the river for free.
LGD just getting freebies across the map. WE
Yeah.
just, they feel a little bit lost right now. Not sure exactly what to do. Obviously, Jace, a champion who takes a couple of items to spike. Wayward, to be fair, handling the top matchup very, very well. Was bot lane for a hot minute, but look at the CS deficit. He's got a 600 gold lead over his lane opponent, but that 600 gold lead also goes the other way, where Xiaoye is also 600 gold up and has a pretty significant CS lead over his lane opponent. So the gold actually overall, only 100 gold between both of these teams. Very, very close on that front. But you would be scared. Mordekaiser is a scary champion to be playing into.
Yeah. A Riftmaker, all the Andres, honestly, in this game is alright. Into that Rylai's, it's just a very scary prospect to have to deal with if you're a short-range champion. And Mordekaiser just stat checks so many things in the game. Of course, that's, I feel like, one thing that a fair few players tend to forget about Mordekaiser is, I can't remember the exact number. It's not, you know, it's not an absorbently large number, but it's something like 10%, I think. 10% of the base stats of a champion you just steal when you Mordekaiser ult them. And then you get a bigger chunk if you actually kill them. So you do more than stat check here as Meteor. Prop onto Mark. Half your health.
Enemy and the
stat,
Dark
not
Harvest.
bad.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And they get the
Life is
Skull
good.
Crab
I
as
wanna know-
well.
Yeah, I really want to know. Right, that's going to be our sub-objective for this game. Just keeping a track on Meteor's Dark Harvest stats. I'm not sure how many he's had.
I love me a good counting
definitely
game.
I've seen, I know, because maths is not, anyway. So 2 stacks we've seen at least on screen. And at the very least, he's off to the races there. And he's doing really, really good as well in XP. He's almost a full level up on Hunk. And he's got some camps to farm right in front of him right now. So Meteor doing
He's got
very,
a full
very good
clear,
job.
basically.
Yeah, he does. Red buff into full. Oh, some of his chickens are gone.
Yeah, I think Hunk stole them.
But didn't
But-
take the big one.
I think it was, I genuinely believe it was a sapling.
Oh, also kind of based Meteor. He's got 2 points in E. He's going to max E, I think. And I actually don't
Oh,
mind
interesting.
that. As I'll talk about brand optimization in a second because Herald's up.
Yeah, we might have a bit of a scrap here. Just having a little look.
Yeah.
Thank you for the vision toggle there, because that shows us exactly what we're working with. Not a whole lot of vision. Instantly into the hook, into the ultimate coming in from the Braum. Mark is low HP, but there it is. First blood picked up already A lot of damage coming out. The Impale does come down. Meteor's doing a whole bunch of work there. Double kill picked up for Xiaoye, who's able to get some distance, but LP comes over the wall with the ultimate. LP gets himself stunned up, though, looking for a little bit more damage from that brand. He's going to get the burn, the pop, the kill. Down he goes, but WE walk away with a triple onto Foe. Birdo could potentially be a quadra kill for him, but gets a big Q off, slowing Fofo down, but Fofo's still feeling it. He wants to see if he can get the damage, but 2 Qs back to back. I think he knows. He knows better.
Yeah, Birdo was really tempting Fofo there at the end. Come on, jump in. See if you can make this 1v1 work. Fofo knows better. Backs out. Gets 3 kills off the back of this plate. Really well done, and it's just the supports both willing to engage. Buffered knock up there from the Braum. Double knock up, but only 1-man ult onto Mark from Haichao before he drops. The Pyroclasm, I'm actually not sure what ended up happening. So I think it bounced onto
Mord, who ulted,
onto the Mord, and then he goes into the ult. So a little bit unfortunate there. And then off the back of that, W are just able to stand their ground because the Impale from Birdo was so good. You would think maybe LGD had a leg to stand on, but WE just ran over them in the damage department front to back there.
Yeah, and Fofo very accelerated off the back of that. Got 3 kills for himself and an assist. Opportunity finished up. Got the Caulfield's Warhammer as well, where Haichao just got that balk for the moment. So down a pretty significant amount to his lane opponent. Fofo even has that level off the back of it. But 2 dragons still sit in LGD's pocket. It's going to be a Mountain Soul this time around, so don't get that kind of infinite sustain, but you do get that shield, so still some levels of sustain. See how well they're going to be able to use that. And yeah, one of those things we've been talking a lot about, how the Mordekaiser is really solid into the Skarner. That fight highlights how good he is into the brand as well, just completely shutting down the ability for them to be able to use the Pyroclasm effectively and get those big bounces between everyone. As the chains come out, they're going to throw everything in here. Massive ultimate comes out for Hengno to block anybody from advancing forwards, but Xiaoye able to secure 1 kill, almost gets another, unable to get the blinking health bars on WE. Oh, that was so close. They could taste it for LGD.
Yeah, but they can't quite finish up the rest of those kills, but what they will finish is this dragon. They'll get the 3rd one of the game. Yeah, Soul point. 17 minutes into the game, it'll be a very, very early Soul. And LGD, again, you know, we said both these teams realistically have very, very strong team fighting options. I'm not really confident in giving one answer over another. It's going to be a lot about execution this game, but the chains land into depth charge. Leaves Fofo in a really awkward position. Pyroclasm goes on top as well after the Fate Sealed. And it's just bouncing in the back line, and you know, LP does a good job of escaping. It's a little bit of a heist for him, but at the end of the day, all it really amounts to being is a kill trade, which sets up for LGD to get the dragon, so looks fancy.
Oh,
doesn't really get them anything in the end.
Chasing? No, don't worry.
They're good.
Birdo losing a lot of HP, considering how tanky he is. I know he doesn't have any armor yet, but opportunity and Muramana onto Fofo. Just going to cut through his health bar. Not too much he's going to be able to do off the back of that one, as we are seeing a fight here between Haichao and Wayward. Haichao feeling it a little bit, but Wayward still has that ultimate, making it pretty scary to go toe-to-toe with the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, right now, WE really need to utilize this Jace. He's 2 items ready. He's actually got the Muramana fully stacked up. 18 minutes into the game, and you can see that they're doing that. They're trying to lean numbers into him. Problem is, because they're leaning numbers so heavily into top, they're losing out on mid-prio here, and LGD might be able to sneak through, start putting down some vision, but as soon as Fofo shows up, you can see LGD just want no part in it at all. And this is what Fofo needs to do, but also what W needs to do. They need to utilize one another, and LGD needs to do their best to play around that pressure and kind of ensure that he doesn't get super involved in any play. Otherwise, LGD could find themselves in some trouble. But what they want to do is get Brand super involved. Wait for Haichao, wait for Xiaoye to hit 2 items, and then they can really look to skirmish and fight a little bit more aggressively. That last fight was a little bit opportunistic, right? They found their pick onto Fofo. They're looking for another one.
Jason onto him.
Jinjiao's got flash.
Oh, Haichao missed the ulti though. Jinjiao does come in, keeps him rooted. Can he actually get in time? The knocker comes in from Haichao. He's keeping the pressure on, secures the kill with the W. And Wayward just a little bit too slow to get there in time. Down goes Fofo.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a brief lapse where WE no longer have numbers around Fofo. And LGD take their opportunity to pick on him. They get a tower on the bottom side, I want to say, or maybe that was mid lane,
it was mid.
actually. But LGD will pick up a tower on the bottom side anyway.
There you go.
As I say that, so statement somewhat adjusted, and yeah, Fofo losing out on his life there. Kind of loses W a little bit of pressure, but this mid-tier one being down is also huge because now this is about, you know, first move, right, onto side lanes. Super impactful and important.
Chains?
Xiaoye
He's
could
got
get
chains.
of corruption. Ooh.
Good W. Sorry,
Yeah.
supercharge. Good supercharge there from LP. Saw that one coming.
Charger.
Supercharger.
Yeah.
Wait, I've called it supercharge my entire career.
All right, hold on. We're going over to the wiki.
Yeah, you can look it up. I'll talk about what's going on screens. You prove me or you wrong here. Down goes the tower. The 4 grubs paying off. Coming in. I know it is now.
It's
I know I'm wrong.
supercharged.
Oh, it is
It was
supercharged.
super. Yeah.
This might be the first time in our both of our careers where I'm right in a conversation we're having.
It might be. It might be. Either way, whilst we was talking about superchargers and superchargers,
Tower goes
LGD
down.
got that tier 1 back. Yeah, so they trade that, and now that mid lane is wide open, right? So you can catch waves super high on both ends, rotate into the side lanes really early, both really impactful, but realistically, it's going to be about the control for that dragon in 60 seconds time. And
I like
WE,
what
straight
WE
top
are
right
doing
now.
here, though. They're getting control of the Baron pit because Dragon is scary for them because it's Soul, but this gives LGD the ability just to flex up to Baron and give Dragon. This Baron will melt. You've got on-hit Varus
Yeah.
with Gwynzoos and Bork. You've got a Bork on Haichao, and then Meteor with the Liandry's on Brand. They will cut through the Baron very, very fast. So that flex play, and it looks like that might just be the gameplay. They're quite happy to give up a potential Dragon, find a kill onto Wayward, and turn it into a Baron. Just getting control
Yeah,
of the
I
area,
mean-
clearing the vision out. LLGD, got the wrong team there, playing a really, really good job of this one.
Yeah, if JDG are in this game, I have a feeling W would be sweating a little bit more. They're definitely still sweating regardless. LGD, like you said, very, very clever. They've cleared out a majority of the vision from WE here. I'm not sure there's a single thing that they can actually see on the top side. Yeah, thank you, observers. That's LGD's vision, of course, though. So, actually,
Oh.
the other one either way. Wayward, gonna get picked on here. And by the way, Meteor has Rylai's, so this is simply a fight I don't think WE want
That was half his health.
much part in right now. As
They're coming in. They're going to throw everything down. Weefo on the flank. Immediately, Wayward goes down. Jin Zhao's the one to get it, but it's a 1-for-1 so far. Fofo making a break for it, but Mark is being burnt down. The Pyroclasm burns. Whelp is burning down. Slowly but surely, he waddles away to safety. LGD trade out 2-for-1, and they get Soul.
Yeah, LGD, they're just in an all-winning scenario, man. I mean, they clear out all of the vision on top side. If WE try and go up there, they're just gonna face check into all of this AoE damage from LGD. They get to play ARAM on the mid lane wave. Wayward got chunked out. I mean, this is a fight that WE started, realistically. Wayward gets blown up before he can even cast ultimate. And then again, you know, the Pyroclasm is just creeping through by the end of this fight. Both LP and Hung, neither of them go down in the end, but so close. And again, you know, in this instance, it's just Wayward not being able to pull the trigger on his Death Realm soon enough, and now it's Mountain Soul over to LGD. W are in a position where, just frankly, I don't see them winning 5v5. It's so difficult
It really is.
to outdo this brand damage with such short range outside of pretty much, what, the Jace, right? That's all they're really working with.
And it's
And it
really
feels like Fofo's never had the setup before that poke.
And it's really hard to kind of close the distance on a short-range comp when the Crystal Scepter's coming in for the Brand. The Brand's got so much AoE, and it's slowing everybody down on the advance forwards. And it's giving Xiaoye just the ability to play on the edge of the fights and just poke and play it really, really effectively. LGD came into this series prepared. They played very, very well so far. And just to kind of reiterate the point once again, a win here for LGD wins this series, and then it ties up the score between them and WE 1-1 apiece. And WE, if they win this series, they will be ending group locked in second place behind BLG. So This is a big
Yeah,
game for WE, and this could really just mess everything up for them.
Yeah, and you know, that's the thing, right? Like for WE, by the way, you know, they losing here, they have to play after this RNG, right? So they could still reasonably match LGD in score. It could be a complete tie. I'm actually unsure. I'm sure then there's probably not going to be tiebreaker rules for this kind of group situation. It's going to go to something like game win time and game score and what have you. But important to note, you know, LGD, after this series, the only other team they have left to play is BLG, and WE have RNG to play. So for group standings, LGD winning this, still got a very big mountain to climb, but it keeps fate in their control, right? That's the important thing. WE, like you say, their win would actually lock them, so they need to fish, they need to hunt for it. And right now, it just feels like they're so far on the back foot, just in the terms of game state, right? Like the gold might not necessarily tell you the overall feeling of this game. And that's the only thing that W really have going for them. The fact that they're not truly out of the game because they are, you know, equal for now in items 1-to-1.
Yeah, they're not getting wallet slapped in the fight. They're just kind of getting comp beaten out here as we are. And a little replay of that earlier fight where, unfortunately, the Yone ult did not hit too many people.
Ah.
That pink has been up since that fight, I believe, as well. I think that's also what that replay was highlighting.
The replay was highlighting a lot of I love the LPL observers, man. Like, obviously, if you're unaware, those at home, we get the Chinese feed, right? And we don't really get much else, like in terms of comms or anything really, you know, going on. We just get the Chinese feed and no context as to why certain things happen. So, if I'm being frank, I actually have no idea why we
Does Meteor not see that ward he's standing on?
Oh. Oh.
Is that a visual bug? It's a bug, I think.
Oh. Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay, it's a spectator bug. It doesn't affect anyone else. Okay. Cool.
Well, I don't know about spectator because if WE can see the vision...
Oh, wait. Can they see from it?
They're going to toggle it again.
Yeah, they can.
Wow.
That seems pretty bad.
Ooh. Wow. I mean, I don't want to speculate here. All right.
That is huge, but they're coming in for the fight. Yeah, looking to get a whole bunch of damage onto Wayward. He's turning it back around. Jinzhao is inside that Death Realm as he's just trying to stay alive, trying to play the kite on the edge, getting a whole bunch of damage off. The Impale is flashed away there from Wayward. Birdor's losing loads of HP. Haichao comes over the wall, finds the assassination, making it a 1-for-1.
It's a 1-for-1. WE, it feels like they're limping away a little bit worse for wear. Especially when you consider Meteor didn't actually use the Pyroclasm anywhere. They can't see it. Oh man, I feel a ways about that ward, but I mean, if it's not intentional and they're just not clearing, I mean, it's not really on WE to figure that out. LGD,
I mean, they won't know. No one knows. Coming in for the hook, though. They're going to get a whole bunch of damage off onto Mark. The Pyroclasm has been held. Baron stayed aggroed for a little bit. Heng does not have the ultimate, so it looks like he's just going to back off. Xiaoye, very low HP, though. Prey Seeker coming down, but looks like LGD are going to be able to back off this. Oh, it's very, very hard for LGD to take this Baron at the moment. They are struggling with the poke coming in. Elder spawning up in 30 seconds time as well, so I expect a lot of this vision and a lot of this attention is going to shift towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, except for whoever put that control ward down in that bush, because I think they've probably clocked off that it's not being cleared, strangely, so I'm just not going to put another one down. But you are right. Elder's here in 10 seconds time, and it's actually complete darkness here for WE. It's going to be very, very scary to approach that. And LGD, I mean, they've won practically every headbutt for the last, what, 15 minutes almost?
Yeah.
Just doesn't feel playable. And the reason why LGD weren't willing to flip the Baron is because Wayward was up, right? So many times. Death Realm onto a jungler. It's so hard to actually finish a major objective. And Wayward is up and he's here. And LGD, they're happy to at the very least start this one up. WE, they have to find one angle. And it has to be a bloody good one.
Going to be so hard for them to pressure in, but they're going to look for it. Hung does have the ultimate, so he could use it to get forward, but there is going to be the Elder. Wayward gets engaged onto, loses a massive chunk of HP, has got that Death Realm. He's going to use it onto Jin Zhao, but Jin Zhao's just going to buy the time. He's just going to play the survival game. As he comes out, the Zhonya's is popped, and that will be the end of Wayward. Burnt down as the gift of the Elder comes in from Xiaoye and secures the kill. Off the Baron they trot.
Yeah, off the Baron they trot indeed. They'll pick that one up, probably reset just to spend whatever gold they're sat on, complete up any items they need to. And then just send it down one lane with Elder. You're so strong. You've got Brand as well. The AoE with Elder there is just disgusting. WE, I think they're just out of it. I'm not really sure I see a way they win this game now.
I mean, you can't go into the Baron pit when a Samurai and a Scorpion jump over the wall at you. There's no way.
Nope. I agree. I think it's too much. Meteor not going to reset with the rest of his team. He wants level 16, and maybe he's close enough to Zhonya's for now. I am so still concerned about that ward. We'll have to... And I mean, it's not helped WE win the game, I guess. So there's that, but...
Come on,
I mean,
man. You can't do him like this.
It is what it is. Again, we don't get the full context, right? Like, I'm sure China side, they've gotten, like, you know, official comms and they've been told and what have you, but I'm gonna have to go and test that in practice tool with someone later or something, man. Like, that's really, really peculiar. How that ward is just there, eternally, watching. As anyway, LGD, they've got 40-ish seconds left on the Elder. They've got Baron. They've got 4 members down here. Kai Chao's in the mid lane. How far are they willing to take this? Because they're strong enough. I think they can just end the game right here on this singular push. If they go fast enough. You can see these towers are melting. 4 grubs. Baron. Do they just want to take the 2 inhib route? I think the answer is yes. They want to play a little bit safe. Get 2 inhibs ideally. And then use those 2 inhibs of pressure to go up to that 3rd inhib. Play the rest of the map out. Go
Yeah, I think it's
no.
by the
And I
books
don't mind
here.
it.
Book
Unless...
comes in. Gonna get the damage off, and they've still got that Elder. Easy little kill picked up there. There's going to be a second as well. I don't think they need to play it by the books anymore. They've got the minions. They've got the Baron. They've got the Elder. And this tower is about to get sieged. Wayward throws the ultimate down onto Haichao. Haichao actually able to break away from him for the moment, but there goes LP. He's picked up. Wayward falls. Mark is on the run. Elder times out, but it doesn't matter. It's an ace. It's the base. It's a 2-0 for LDG.
LGD.
Did it wrong way around.
OWE. And I mean, I wonder how many people are expecting the result not only to be 2-0, but to be relatively decisive, all things considered.
Yeah.
I'm sure LGD fans, especially considering, you know, there's probably not a huge turnout. We heard the Jayos, especially in game 2.
Yeah.
Not a lot of LGD support in Arena. But they've done it. And this will keep fate in their hands. Of course, remember, the reason why I'm not super optimistic right now for LGD, they've got BLG to play in a couple of days.
They got some work to do.
Whereas WE, of course, despite losing this 2-0, they've got a very, very struggling RNG to play, though I guess we'll see how they look.
Yeah, I guess the runner schedule...
The next series against BLG.
The runner schedule definitely favors WE for a second place in Group B. But like you said, I think the key thing is the fate is still in LGD's hands. So they're still comfortably in a position where, well, they still have control of the fate of their playoffs, but, well, not their playoffs, their placements. But obviously, like you said, harder day. They got to play versus BLG, who are coming up shortly as well, versus RNG in our next series. But yeah, that was just a very, very dominant series coming in from LGD. It felt to me like they had done their research and they had their number on WE in this series. They get the 2-0, they get it comfortably as well. And it came down to game 1. There was that play where Meteor got put behind and it felt like WE were just in control. But I think just on the hands checking, like they just out team fought them in game 1, and then game 2, the game just felt like WE never had a window, never had an opportunity to get into this game.
Yeah, I think they had like one fight near the Herald.
Yeah.
That was about it. Like, other than that, WWE, they were washed this series.
Yeah, they were.
Plain and simple, they were wiped down pretty easily. So, I mean, I think for me, back to the drawing board, of course, but schedule does still favor WE, right? You can't ignore that fact. I'm not going to sit here and do the numbers for you on what they have to do against RNG, whether it has to be a 2-0 or this, that, the other. Just know that this doesn't lock second place for LGD, right? Again, it just keeps fate in their hands. It puts them in good standing. And it means that, you know, they have to go into the BLG series probably bare minimum taking a game off of them, if not the actual win itself, to secure second, whereas WE probably still, you know, I mean, they have to win the series. Whether it has to be a 2-0, yet to be seen, as a post-game breakdown. Looks pretty damn split, surprisingly, for LGD.
Honestly, it's a weird game because the gold until the end wasn't actually that big of a deficit. Obviously, as you're looking post-game, but they took a lot in the last couple of moments. But overall, it was actually a very close game for the vast majority of it. And the damage split, as you could see, pretty close across the board. Fofo far and beyond that damaging everyone else in the game. But overall, it felt like this could have really... If you were looking at purely numbers, it would have felt like anybody's games. But when you were looking at the map, you were looking at the way the game was getting played and the objectives getting taken, it was all about LGD. And Meteor on this brand just offered so much for the team. He was just melting objectives early. He would not let Hung come in for an invade and deny him at all. And this is that fight you were talking about. This was like the one fight where it felt like WE actually had their opportunity. Foe got the triple kill from it. And it was the big thing was the Shadow Realm eating the brand ultimate, the Pyroclasm, stopping them from actually being able to control that fight. But then that was their one good fight. And then after that, it was all about LGD just controlling those fights, the Pyroclasms, just all of the bursts they could put out. So clean coming in from them. Fofo misstepping as well. A fair few times, to be honest. I think he got caught a couple of times whenever he should have.
There was his top play. There was the Herald play as well. He drove the Herald into mid. A lot of individual mistakes did come out from WE today. I think that's also a very fair criticism. And it just didn't really help their cause by the end of it. And again, I feel like LGD just contextually ended up having the stronger draft. You know, like, to me, I feel like at the moment, these AP junglers inside of this meta, they're so game warping that if you end up in a scenario like this where, you know, Meteor just has really free reign, he's got a front line to work with that's really powerful, and no real threat. You know, WE didn't have a grand amount of hard engage this game, right? You know, it's Maokai, and not to be rude, I think my grandmother could dodge Maokai engage, so, you know, it's very easy to react to, and there's not much threat onto him, and WE, you know, couldn't really find those advantages they were looking for. They couldn't abuse the top lane matchup. The Death Realms were unfortunately not super impactful throughout this game. Not really to discredit Wayward, it's just the way the fights played out, right? And yeah, WE, as we said, have to look into their next series against RNG, who are thankfully at the very least struggling, right? Looking a lot more positively, hopefully, for them, whereas LGD, you know, on the up. This was a strong, decisive performance on many fronts here for this lineup.
Yeah, it was a really good series for them, and a massive confidence boost going into what's probably going to be the hardest game of the summer placements, the game where everything kind of hangs in the balance based on their performance. Unless RNG come in with a miracle for the side of LGD and beat out WE, that's the only other condition where LGD keep the fate in their hands. And then, like you said, we get to like tiebreaker scenarios. We don't think they play the tiebreakers. Let's have a look at the MVP though before we talk any further about that. See who gets it.
We've got MVP. It's Jin Jiao. That's yeah, makes sense.
No surprises.
I think all of his engages were really powerful. I'm kind of surprised Meteor didn't get it. You know, hey, look, I'm always happy when
he's already had one
for the MVP. Yeah, he got one. And Jake, not to take away from Jin Jiao's MVP vote here, but I did have a Twitter user message me, Francho, thank you very much. The reason why that control was not cleared was because it was placed by Mordekaiser whilst he was in Death Realm.
Oh, so it was a Death Realm
and it
control
was seemingly still giving WE vision but couldn't be seen by the other team.
Man,
Quite bizarre.
Mordor is buggy as hell. What can I say? Anyway, we're gonna throw ourselves to a quick break, and then we're back with our second series, which is gonna be BLG versus RNG. So we'll see you in a moment. Hello everybody and welcome back to the LPL Summer Placements Week 3. We're getting ready to go into our second series of this Group B day. This is going to be RNG versus BLG. I'm gonna be honest, I think we all kind of know what's coming up, so let's bring up the rosters. We'll take a look at BLG first of all, see who's playing today. We got Binge, Knight, Elk, and On. These guys are killing it at the moment, to be honest.
They've been killing it for a little while now. You know, this roster is so good. I'm not even gonna like, guys. You know how good BLG is. We'll talk about RNG as we also have their roster lineup ready as well. And look, RNG have been struggling, man. They've been struggling for a little while. It is very sad to see RNG in this position, but it's the position, unfortunately, that they're in. They will be fielding Juice today. at the very least in their opening game here. Of course, for RNG, they are already 0-4. They are already in Group B, which I, from scrolling through Twitter, have learned is actually called Group Nirvana, which is, I'm not sure why it is, but that's just what Group is called. And they're already seated in there. They can't, you know, position doesn't really change. That's just how things are. We'll see what happens in picks and bans, though. Whether or not BLG are willing to, you know, get a little bit creative, do something funny. Whether RNG are willing to throw some, you know, cool picks on the stage.
You good, bro?
Someone did it. Did you not see?
I was just listening to you, my man. I was just listening to you.
Dude, did you not see? I want to say it was either Shun or it was Shun. Yeah, Shun's yawning.
Oh,
like
I thought it was something beyond the yawning. That's normal, man.
No.
I saw you this morning when you just rolled out of bed, yawning away.
Hey. Be nice.
Let's talk picks and bans, shall we?
Yeah, let's talk picks.
Okay, so the only thing slightly different from at least last series is this Jax ban coming out. Insta pick of the Rumble here for Bin in the top side. Again, technically flexible. Expect it to be top lane. I wonder if we just see like a Cassante answer coming in from RNG like we saw in game number 1. Like you said, it's one of those matchups which it is a little rough for Cassante, but he can survive it. He's one of the few champs that can handle that one. Corki getting leapt through though for BLG. Feels like they're getting a lot of strong picks already and looking for something that can potentially engage and follow in with the Corki. The Rel gets locked in here for On.
Yeah, so Rel to lock people down onto the equalizer. Looks pretty good to me. RNG. Got the Tristana. Of course, that can 100% flex between Huang Feng and Tang Yuan. We'll see whether or not it's going to be in the bottom of the mid lane. And then, of course, Cassante to answer out the Rumble. If you don't pick up the Cassante here, then you kind of just don't have a Rumble answer, probably. Like, you're going to have to get real creative, because then it's going to be 2 additional bans onto the top side for Juice. So they will lock that one in. RNG now, I mean, it's just Shun champions, right? I hope they remove away Kindred. I hope they consider it Italy ban, but it's probably not super necessary.
Yeah.
There's Kindred, so they've done one part. BLG, on the other hand, I mean, AP junglers, right? Brand, Lilia, Karthus, probably the 3 that they're pondering their bans and which ones they want to remove. I feel like it's probably Karthus first. Trying to get the ban order here, Jay. 1 second. Karthus.
Ziggs.
Oh,
No,
right. You know what? I respect that.
I actually like that
Tristana.
because, yeah, like you said.
You've got Tristana. You go Ziggs. Then you get to actually flex them not only in both lanes, but just in general, they're very strong at taking structures very quickly early on in the game. So I like that, because getting kind of shoved out of your potential lane matchups is not something you really want to deal with. Ooh, okay. Interesting. I like that call out onto Shun here, because something that Shun last year when Wukong was very meta, obviously was very dominant, right? And Shun was, I would like to say, one of our best Wukong players. So I like the call out. Except that he's probably not going to go AP. And they also remove away Huang Feng's Draven, anticipating that this will be that Trist in the mid lane. So Wei does have pick of the litter for the AP junglers. We mentioned, you know, Brand, Lilia, and Karthus. Those are the 3. They're going to go for the Brand. So looking for a little bit more early game power that scales well into the mid game.
Moving over to our BLG, and what they're looking to pick up here. With the fact that this Triss Flex exists, I think things like LeBlanc just go out the window entirely. It's a really rough matchup. And now looking towards an AP jungler for themselves.
Okay.
Potentially looking to lock in this Zyra. Hasn't been locked in yet, so we won't talk about it until it's 100% picked.
No, we're going to talk about it. It's going
to we're going to talk. It's locked in. Go on then.
Yeah, I think I just heard Law scream from Berlin from here, though I'm sure she's getting used to seeing Zyra jungle now. Yeah, Zyra, of course, very fast clear in the jungle. I think fully optimized at the minute. The faster clears we're seeing are kind of like 247, 8, around that. Like, it is.
That is ballistically quick.
It is very fast, Zyra jungle clears. So
I think it takes me 2 minutes 40 to walk through the jungle without even killing stuff.
So yeah, one thing that you do have over Brand here is, you know, the overall tempo of how quick you can clear, right? Like, Brand needs, you know, 5, 6, 7 levels, really, to start to powerhouse through the jungle clear. Zyra just has that offer it, right? And they kind of offer similar but different things at the same time. Zyra's a lot more about that peel kind of AoE damage, whereas Brand can kind of just, it's not even situational. You just have to be in range, right? And BLG have done a pretty good job of drafting champions which should stay at range and relatively far away from each other. So I think Wei is going to have a bit of a hard time in the mid-game team fights, but early on he's going to be able to impact these lanes really efficiently. He's got set up in the top side, set up in the bot lane, and even to a point, ganking mid shouldn't really be that difficult for Brand. So we'll see how RNG do. They've given themselves a lot of options. BLG, a lot of team fight options. It's more about getting to 2 items, playing around Bin earlier on potentially, trying to ensure that Wei doesn't have too much impact on the map. Those are the kind of things that BLG are looking for, likely reactive gameplay, whereas for RNG, they've been given the fork of proactivity here. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this early game plays out.
I'm so excited to see it. There's so much zone control as well. When you think about things like the Zyra and the Rumble, like, how do you walk into this team? So if they are first on an objective, then you have a massive advantage off the back of that, where you can basically just play around the fact that, like, you have to walk through a Zyra ult, you have to walk through the Rumble ult to actually get in range of taking a fight. But if a fight does break out, you have that Brand ult, you do have things to utilize. I'm very excited by these 2 comps. They should be really, really exciting to watch.
There's a lot on the line for the stakes of the team fights, at the very least. Of course, as a reminder, nothing really on the line for these 2 teams. BLG, they are locked into Group A.
Yep.
RNG are locked into Group B, so just expect shenanigans, really. I really
Playing upset right now.
Yeah, it is kind of just playing upset. Like, to me, I feel like BLG, however, I don't want to say that spoil sport would be too strong a word, but what I mean is they won't really give much an inch for the sake of giving an inch. Like, they will play to win. Alright, very scattered on the second set.
Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of RNG fans out there.
I am seeing a lot of RNG fans in the crowd, but I didn't hear many RNG fans for the Gyro. Which is certainly a thing. Now, oh, there is one optimization I would like to talk about, unless there are some shenanigans afoot. And it is that Shun has gone towards this Comet here. Now, Comet has a lot of very interesting interactions in general, but there was one particular player. Now I don't want to mix up the region because I can't remember where it was. Shun's actually going to be starting on the Raptors, so very interesting to see that. We'll see where his full play goes. But a few players over, I want to say it was the Chinese server, but I could be wrong. We're starting to run Comet instead of things like the Dark Harvest or even the Electrocute, just because the rune tree is a little bit nicer, but also I think the Comet can proc quite quickly off the plants and things and such. So
because you stack it up, the more you do damage, the more it takes off the cooldown. So you actually, with Zyra, very effective Comet user.
Exactly. So it's definitely a nice optimization to see Shun pull out here with the Zyra jungle. And we'll also see how fast the clear is, because he's not necessarily clearing in a straight line. But I don't think that's going to be a problem for Shun.
Apparently not.
Who is already 230 on his Wolves, despite starting on Raptors, by the way. And
he has outpaced Wei. Massively.
Yeah.
That's insane. Considering, like, it was an unoptimal rotation through the jungle, the fact he's already onto his
air
Grover.
quotes, right?
Yes,
yeah,
unoptimal air quotes. He's getting the steps in. That's all I can say.
He's getting the steps in. Oh man, you know, I took a page of advice from LS the other day.
Okay.
And I got myself a standing desk and I have a treadmill.
I've seen a few people doing this.
It's really good, man. I've been, look, all I'm saying is, if I wouldn't sound out of breath and on air wouldn't hear the treadmill probably, I'd be on it right now. Shun, is looking for a mid lane gank because he just simply has the time. I don't know what else to say. He just can.
He got the root as
Finds
well.
the root.
Oh,
And as you can already see, Comet is a core of the way off cooldown. So yeah, like Comet, really, really good. Very, very powerful. And in those team fights, you'll be able to see Comet proc multiple times. Very, very good optimization. And we'll now move up to that Skull Crab and be back in line with Wei for the time being. But of course, you know, camps are going to spawn a bit faster. He started on the Raptors, then went Krugs. So we'll see where Shun is actually looking to impact the map and how fast he's going to be able to actually clear those things away.
looks like his Wolves are back. Sorry, his Raptors are back up. So back onto the map. Got himself the Ionia boots. So bit more cooldowns, bit more speed on the clear, I guess. I mean, the base damage is there already.
So my suspicion there, though, I haven't crunched the numbers because I don't have time. Well, I do have time, but I just haven't done it.
Okay.
Lower cooldowns on the spells, you're probably clearing faster than going Fated Ashes. Otherwise, why do it? Plus the movement speed, right? It's tier 2 boots. Very, very good. Should.
They're standing in each other's
It's
space.
on the
Oh,
side,
missed that W,
yeah.
though.
Shun has tier 2 boots and Tangyuan no longer has rocket jump, but Ming is waiting in the wings. And Shun was on vision. And I don't think he actually spotted out that wall to the sweeper, unfortunately, so very lucky for him he didn't go for the plate. But he can just continue to cycle through the camps, get around this map super quick. And look to grow out his lead as he
This clear speed is silly. Because look, he can just walk
he
away.
Cleared the Krug. He cleared the Krugs from over. Of course, that makes all right. It shows you. I shouldn't even be surprised by it. I just haven't seen much Zyra jungle firsthand. You know, I've not watched many games of it at the moment. But very, very strong as he continues to power through it. Yeah, we'll see what exactly he's able to do once he's actually out onto the map. Wei though hasn't really had much an opportunity to attack a lane yet.
Knight is getting bullied
right now.
heavily in this lane, and Wei's looking to come in with Ming. Half-elf Knight, no Valkyrie. The flash comes out, instant flash from Knight. And Tingyuan just continues to control this lane now off the back of this.
Yeah, he will. No flash is also going to just generally make him a vulnerable target, right? To
Juice.
Potential play. Juice. He's got one null magic mantle.
Is
The
he a
Equalizer
good
is gonna
gardener?
help clear out the wave.
Thing is,
He's
in
made
danger.
a path through the weeds.
I don't know if he's going to be enough. He has the all-out. He's going to kidnap the Zyra. Gets a whole bunch of damage onto him. Almost finds the kill. Dashes forward one last time, but there it is. First blood to Bin. As now in the mid lane, a little bit more action still breaking out. Knight's getting jumped onto by Tingyuan. Mid didn't have the hook available. The Ignite was even thrown down by onto Tingyuan. Is able to stay alive. And while that was going on, Dragon was secured by Wei. BLG are going to get themselves the grubs on the top side, though.
Yeah, they will. Not bad. Picture-in-picture of the plate. Of course, kind of just fizzles out in the end. Like you said, BLG will get the grubs off the back of this plate. Feel really, really good about it. Elk, just looking for a little bit of poke damage. He's got that level advantage over Huang Fang. And yeah, Dragon, of course, was traded a little bit before that. So, BLG, they're up, just in the sense that they got that top side plate. But they've also stuck themselves a 1.5k gold lead. Most of that is coming through Bin, which you'd kind of expect in the Rumble matchup anyway to get accelerated individually. But just the fact that, you know, BLG have this much pressure up here, unsurprising as Juice. Really unlucky. The roots come through again here from Shun. And you know what? I wonder if he had the root back up because of the Ionian boots, you know?
I would
wonder if
argue
that's
yes.
I think that might be a call anyway. Knight.
Oh,
Hex
they're going in
flash
for the
from
hook. Oh, they missed it,
Sidestep.
unfortunately. Sad hook there from Ming. Another little micro thing. Remember the plants, depending on what the hit by ability, what spawns them, they have different effects, and that was the root plant onto Juice, so he was slowed. So he really couldn't separate from Bin underneath the tower. Which is, you know, it's just those little micro things about Zyra where do add up and make a big difference. As Tingyuan and Knight going toe-to-toe, Tingyuan actually losing in the fight this time. Not able to get a whole bunch of additional damage onto him. Has got himself the plated steel caps, so kind of building to try to deal with the trading coming in, and now that he's got those rockets, you can just see the damage starting to spike against this Trist.
Yep, fleet footwork as well. Just gets the auto off. He knows he takes a tower shot, but happy to take the empowered fleet footwork. Of course, if you auto attack a champion, you get way more healing than if you hit a minion. As Wei just comes in, looking for a gank, of course, but we'll just help clear the wave out for Tang Yuan as Bin just being a bit of a bully.
Oh no.
Doesn't have ignite, but you know who is here? Should. So off you go. Smite.
Oh, he's so doomed. Wait.
One more.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
The final water attack with the burning from the Fated Ashes. And again, top laners today have just been getting camped. It's really sad for them.
You know, Riot said Red Side was supposed to be like, you know, safer for top laners. What am I seeing here? Because, you know, this is 2 games in a row now. Just completely bullied. Anyway, almost 2,000 gold lead in the top side, Ming. Not gonna die for that infringement because On doesn't quite have the gravity well. Elk. Oh, we'll stop another recall.
Oh, they found the hook. They got the damage. Hong Feng should be able to get this one. Wei comes in with the stun and secures the kill with that W there. Elk, a little low on mana. Does have to be careful, but does have barrier, does have flash, so should be sitting pretty off the back of that one. Kill goes over to the Brand. Accelerates him a little bit because he is one of the few champions you can somewhat keep pace with a Zyra jungle. Still being out-farmed. That's like 2 camps ahead now, roughly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that Wei is even as close as
It's
he
because
is.
he's
just simply
ganked.
Because of how
Jin's gone
efficient
top
Shun has
twice.
been. Yeah, like, I don't know. Either way, doing a good job of staying relevant. Has the Liandry's wholly completed. Of course, Shun won't have that item for a little bit longer, just on the basis of rushing those Ionians. So, I'll have to wait for him to find that item completion. Bin as well, probably going towards that Liandry's too. Those items into as Ming. Flash for flash with Shun. I know it looked weird because of the angle, but I was looking for Shun, doesn't find him.
I'm enjoying
But
Ming
still-
playing very aggressive on this Nautilus. Looking for a whole bunch of plays, constantly trying to, you know, he's burning his flash, but is getting flashes in response. So it is always kind of being a net gain for Ming due to the fact he has that Hex flash, and you know, a flash on a squishy Zyra is ultimately way more valuable than it is on Ming.
No, absolutely. I mean, you'll always hear support players say, happy to trade out their flash for basically any carry flash. This was alright as equalizer. Oh, Bin.
He's actually soloed. There was an assist there, but that was a solo kill. Let's be real. Bin
That was solely because on pressed E.
Yeah,
Like,
that was
that's
literally it.
Like that. Oh man, Juice is not having a good time up here. That'll be the
6
whole tower
grubs
as
as
well.
well.
I mean, Juice could TP. No, never mind. It's gonna
Not
try.
gonna happen.
Bin doesn't even let the minions die. He just wants the gold. Elk's pushing up here on tier 1 as well in the mid lane.
Oh
It's a
my
roughie,
word.
folks. Knight is proxying mid lane.
Oh my word. This is a rough
Yo.
game here for RNG.
Let's get 15 plates, guys.
In they go with the
the
Magnet Storm. Great Zyra ult underneath as well. They do throw the ultimate down. Wei comes in with a
Oh,
Pyroclasm to melt the whole team. They are cooking. Unfortunately, no follow-up was available. Holy moly.
That was risky. That was very risky. I like the counter punch there from Wei. But yeah, BLG. I mean, they lose members. I'm gonna be honest, Jake. I don't think it matters, man. Like this to be in that state, even remotely this early, a bit of a worry. But hey, BLG showing that they can be punished at the very least, right? It's not impossible. Feng manages to flash out before the roots connect, and that really does save his life. And Wei just has a good angle because BLG are so overextended looking for that plate. Now RNG, can they find Bin? It's got a 200 gold shutdown. Fortunately, the answer is going to be no.
Not got long left on those plates. BLG with the 6 scrubs have been able to net themselves a massive amount of plates.
I have
A
a
lot of gold in their pocket. They have 4,000 gold up at 13 minutes.
Yeah, I have a feeling though after that most recent play, they're probably going to be a bit more, I wouldn't say reserved, but disciplined, shall we say,
Yeah.
around these plays. As oh, what, they've got half a wave crashing in, Shun comes out of vision. Yeah, they're not going to play the stupid stuff anymore. They just want the tower.
Another plate as well with the tower.
Yeah, exactly. Just looking for the pressure where they can get it. And they're really just going to look to suffocate RNG out now. I don't think they're going to give them another opportunity like that again.
Sinuan is actually doing some work on this Trist though. While that play was happening bot side, they were able to take a whole bunch of plates on the bottom side. They've now got, you know, plates have fallen off. They'll be able to take this tower and recover some of the gold. The deficit is still massive. It's still hard for them to come back for, especially when objectives are getting taken on the other side. But, you know, there are a few little wins. Overall, though, that is pure copium from me. They've got a lot of work to do if they want to catch back onto this. But RNG are going to look to trade out for a tier 2 tower on the bot side. The problem is Juice is struggling to hold versus the Corki. And Herald's been summoned in the mid lane. But they have to reset. They can't commit for this tower anymore.
Well, that's crash number 1. Are they going to drive the Herald top? Oh, actually just let it die. Huang Fang, they'll still get crashed. Be able to stop it. And now they can get tier 2 tower top. Because they've got 6 scrubs and they'll just bring everyone up. So, I mean, you know, look, RNG are doing what they can. It's not great, but I think they're just trying to make the best of a very, very bad situation. They're down 4k gold, and RNG trying to put all of their eggs in the Tang Yuan basket, and I don't think you can really blame them. Just picked up a whole Flicker Blades, so he's at 2 items already really early on in the game.
He's had a lot of plate gold, a lot of tower gold. There is a world where this Trist could be strong enough if they're there for the fight. You get another good flank from Hui. You get Tang Yuan in that fight as well. Maybe. But the gold lead is still 5,000. Well, actually, it's more like 4,000. 4,300. I'm going to be more exact. So, it's not over, but RNG, they're going to have to play very, very well. And I think once Hui gets the... once he gets the Crystal Scepter in and you get the slows as well, you may have the damage. Hongfeng has the Kraken Slayer as well, but still, got a bit to go before they hit another major spike, and the Ez poke starting to add up.
Yeah, it is starting to add up. I mean, it's just... Yeah, there's not much to talk about, guys. I wish I could make this game entertaining. Unfortunately, I can't, because BLG, after their mid lane incursion, just not really willing to mess about anymore. Bringing 5 members down to this dragon. Trying to make sure that RNG don't find anything fishy. Wei has flashed behind Bin.
Equalizer comes in. They're going to throw everything down onto Bin. Remember, he's worth a shutdown. Feng's able to get the coil. The Magnet Storm comes down as well. Zyra ult just going to do the work, though. BLG take that fight convincingly. 3 members of RNG fall.
Fair play, RNG. Hey, look, you know what? If we're I'm from round the way. I'm leaving here with something. It's Bin's KDA not being perfect. They get him. All right, maybe that's the play. So now they have to kill Knight and Elk to ensure that everyone on BLG at least died once, right? That's what the play is.
Go for the KDAs.
Go for the KDAs. As you know, Tang Yuan has a dash. Wei has a flash. He doesn't have one of those built into his kit. As yeah, Wei dies incredibly fast. I think dies to the Andres in the end, and then yeah, good gravity well into Zyra ult. So difficult to play. And yeah, RNG. They don't get that dragon. They lose out on the play. BLG responding kind. Now 2 minutes away from Baron. You could very much expect BLG will be on top of that immediately. And Zyra is one of the best, if not the best. I was going to say AP junglers, but it might just be junglers flat, period.
Yeah,
in the
she's
game
looking
at rushing down that 20-minute Baron.
bonkers oppressive on objectives. It's a lot of AP junglers got with like the introduction of Fated Ashes and double burn, although most people don't pick up that Blackfire Torch, but it is there as an option. It just feels like AP junglers on the item rework mid-season have really been accelerated, and already they were pretty quick at taking objectives, but it is so fast now. And like you said, the 20-minute Baron, a very real thing for BLG to take. They've got double ADC and Zyra jungle, and double Leandre's champs as well. Like Baron,
I mean, hell,
Baron
like,
ain't gonna be
Rumble's no
around long.
slouch, bro. Like Rumble and overheat, like hitting Baron, like he does a lot
Yeah.
of damage. It's gonna be a very, very, very fast Baron.
And look, they're getting in
They can
control.
push RNG out. Yeah, I mean, they want to push RNG out as far as they can. An Elk thing with fire, but of course has that arcane shift. Bit of poke will come through. And that's the other thing about Zyra. Do you know, that's the other very frustrating thing about Zyra. She kind of operates in many ways like a baby Maokai, because she can put a sapling down in a choke point. Or a seed, I suppose. Spawn it up, and then how do you go through? You have to tank the damage, unless you're a ranged champ that just about outranges those plants, and yeah, it just feels very frustrating. They're looking for red buff.
Coming in.
I don't think they'll get it. Smite in the end will come through from Wait. But Baron's 15 seconds away, and I mean, BLG are posturing for a particular funny little thing to happen. Let's see whether or not they can make it happen, though.
It's about to spawn up, where he loses a little bit of health. Burn comes in,
there
and
is one-
immediately Bin joins up. They're clearing the vision,
No.
they're getting control.
There is one
RNG coming in. Go on.
They haven't set the plants up. So because Shud didn't set the plants up pre-spawn, they can't just, you know, do it off rip and do the funny hee hee ha ha thing. But with this much downtime, they could certainly look to eventually. And I mean, RNG are so aware that this could be happening. You can just see from the posturing. Even to Huangfang, like, he's not even on the wave. He's nowhere remotely near it. He's waiting in the jungle to try and rotate in. Now he'll catch the wave, but BLG have lost interest in looking for that plate. And we'll just take their time about it for now.
They've got the blue buff. Give Elk a little bit more mana to work with. There's the reset. Crystal Scepter time, I believe, Vision. If not very close, very close. 415 gold, I believe that puts you at. Oh, no, there it is. Finished up. And that is another acceleration of Zyra damage, because it means the plants stick on you for longer. It means they get more autos in.
Now I just want to see them try and do. I want to see how fast they can do the Baron. You know?
It will be so
That's-
quick. Given the opportunity, it will be so quick.
I reckon. Let's try and get a bit of a timer going. You know, like, I think if they get on top of the Baron,
They're putting plants up.
recently- they're putting plants down. From
Gardening
start to
has
finish,
begun.
15 seconds, I reckon.
You
Less
think?
than. Yeah, less than.
Is that whole
They're
team
trying.
there?
I mean, it's like seeds plus maybe one other champ. Like, Zyra does this very quickly. Control wards down, just to make sure they know. But again, like, RNG are sweating bullets, man. They do not want this to go through. Not like this, at least, right? They want to die for it, at the very least. There are now 5 seeds inside the pit.
It's just a waiting game, isn't it, for the Baron to get spawned. We do get a pause though.
Yeah, I can't remember what the cap is on the amount of seeds you can put down. There is a
I
cap.
cannot remember. Actually, off the top of my head, there is a cap. You are right. They have another seed ready to use though, so we could see them throw that down. But it has actually, all in all, been a relatively slow-paced game. Fast in the sense of like the kind of macro has been quick, and the game has been very, very BLG controlled, and RNG have basically been on the back foot since minute 1. But the game has still been played slow by BLG, because I think they do respect. It's not a bad team RNG have, and given a good opportunity, they will be able to kill BLG, because BLG aren't that tanky. The tankiest member is their support Rel, who obviously doesn't have access to as much gold, so you don't get as many items. So you are a relatively squishy team who will get blown up by Tristana, who has been injected with a lot of money. So they're obviously playing very respectful towards that, but they're also playing very keenly aware that this Baron will melt at the earliest opportunity, at the earliest convenience of BLG.
Yeah. We'll see what they can actually find to do. again, you know, my money, it's on a sub like 12-second Baron if they like get the time. Of course, that control ward in the back of the pit is
That's fade.
doing wonders for RNG's mental capacity right now. to not be paranoid about whether or not the Baron's been started. But once that gets cleared away, it's going to be that same song and dance over and over again.
This is straight to
RNG
Dragon for them.
Yeah, I mean, they can afford to. No problems. Take that one up very, very easily. They'll have Bin just hover over. Also important to note, Bin does have Ignite, so no teleport means he has to make the long walk over to Baron. Anytime they think about doing it.
Jeez. Has that Kaenic Ruken. So has that magic shield to work with, but it has the tempo of this game has slowed down the moment the Baron spawned up. For the last 3 minutes, it's just been a lot of posturing because all of the teams are very much aware. And classic Zarya. Oh, she's not actually going to do it over the wall. I don't think she had enough seeds to do it, but this is what she can do. She can just like put the seeds down, and her plants will finish up the camps for her. This clear is bonkers. Oh my word.
Yeah. I mean, looks fine, right? Like, man,
do it.
I'm gonna go on a tirade on the podcast to get out game balance. I know I'm not gonna do it. All right. Look, I'm just not a fan of.
It didn't take you long. It didn't take you long to break.
I'm just not a fan of when the balance team like really forces their hand in putting certain champions in the jungle. Right? It kind of and also because of where it stemmed from, 'cause it was kind of a not an old season thing, but it was a little while ago when jungle kind of dropped in, you know, popularity in terms of a role.
Yeah.
So they're like, well, what can we do to make jungle a more popular role? Let's just put other champions who normally lane in the jungle so that people who lane can jungle. That sounds great, right? And let's make their jungle mods really OP so they can actually, I don't know, I'm just not about that. I don't think it's healthy. That's just a personal opinion. What?
I don't disagree with you. I just enjoy you raging as well.
Because then I think we get situations like this, you know, where we get Brand jungle who, like, don't get me wrong, Brand is fun to watch in the jungle.
Brand is very fun to watch.
Like, do you know what he's not? He's not fun to play against.
No.
Zyra's fun to watch. Zyra's not fun to play against, right? So, yeah, I just have my particulars about jungle mods.
Then again,
in particular.
personally, I feel the same about the current Corki.
I think that's Corki as a whole.
Yeah,
but also,
Corki
I think
is just an unfun character.
I think as a collective, like as a community, we are just scarred by quite literally more than half a decade of Corki Azir now.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
anytime.
I like Azir though. I
Azir.
love watching Azir. I think he's really fun to watch. I just think Corki's boring to play into, boring to play, and boring to watch.
Yeah.
That's my personal take on it
Yeah.
anyway. Some people may feel different from me. There's RNG. 4 of them get clipped by the True Shot Barrage. On's looking for it. They've got the Equalizer. Magnustorm's available, but everybody just runs away before that can go down. And BLG get control of the area.
Hesitant to go in there. Shin will clear away this control ward, which will send RNG naturally into a massive panic. Smile.
Jeez, losing a fair amount of HP there. I think
Very
Jin's just
tanky
going to
though.
start it. Bin's here. They're doing it.
Yep. There you go.
Let's see how quick they can go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, he's coming.
6. It's half HP. 7, 8, 9, 10,
There's no way.
11. Oh, well.
12 seconds. 12 seconds to do Baron. You just
Yep.
can't be caught sleeping versus this champ.
You can't, man. It's so broken. And it's not like it's literally not even RNG's fault. Like they've just been like strangled and wait, I've got it. They've been strangled, fawned out of this game. I'll see. As
You know what? Suddenly I don't miss casting with you anymore. Weird how that happens.
yeah, it is strange, eh? But look, I think RNG.
We are
have another
going
like
slightly manic here, aren't we?
What can we do? Like it's BLG, the best team in the league, I think, with very
Here's the good
little
news.
contest at the moment. Yeah. What is the good news?
We're
Make
playing
us happy,
Fearless, so BLG can't play Zyra next game.
Ah.
It's not true
Right,
Fearless,
so-
like you said, but so RNG could play it.
So what you're saying is, Shuna's just gonna play Brand next game?
Oh my word.
Is that,
I mean-
is that what I'm hearing?
I mean,
Is
RNG
that-
could ban it, and then it's like Karthus or Lilia.
Yeah.
Jungle is fun. Jungle is fun at the moment. Now, it looks like with this Baron, BLG are finally going to pull that trigger, and RNG, the recalls are interrupted. That could actually be the difference maker here. Looks like they're not going to overcommit. They are going to back off. And Tangyuan is going to take down this tower. Trist is phenomenally fed. It's just impossible for them to do anything, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's rough. You know, I'm trying to think. Like, if you're RNG, how do you even feel about this? You know, like, is it just, well, guys, we're against BLG. It's like those anime moments where, like, the main protagonist just knows he's gonna die and he just smiles at it. Like, is that what's going on here? So I feel like that's what's going on here. Hong Kong gets a sidestep in on the shot barrage. Yeah, BLG, more than anything, you know what? I'm surprised BLG are taking this long. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised how
This-
few kills there's been and how much they've slowed the pace down.
This is starting to turn into a bit of a farce, if I'm being real. BLG, like, you know, 29 minutes. The Baron power play wasn't even positive. It's negative. They actually lost gold on the Baron over. Obviously not the true telltale sign of the game state.
Yeah,
But,
I think if you just look at the map is on fire
Yeah.
for RNG.
Oh.
Magnetstorm comes in
My
from
God.
on. They do get a hook actually off onto the Corki, and they are just obliterated by Hongfeng's damage. In comes Juice to secure the kill as well onto Knight. Two members go down. RNG just found an opening.
Uh-oh. There's a very dangerous thing called hope, Jake. And hope does very bad things to a man. Can make him change for the worse. And look, I don't think that RNG are going to be able to find a win off the back of that. But they do have a 4-item Tristana.
Yeah,
who
this
is
buys time.
really scary. Like, this is a big time buyer, you know? We'll get a replay, in all fairness. And look at Tangyuan's that. Like, Shun, just overconfident. One more auto, and, like, Shun's
They
dead.
were gone,
Like, hands
yeah.
down. Would not survive. Good hook on Tonight here, and, yeah, just no response. Elk. Arcade shifts in. Flashes out. Goes for a death.
Oh,
Has,
fight.
Juice.
Backup's coming in though. RNG, they're going to lose Juice. Knight secures the kill. And what can RNG do now? They haven't really been able to get much of anything. They've got Tangyuan on the bot side, just hard shoving the wave out, so there's no supers crashing anytime soon. But BLG, 6 grubs in their pocket. They don't have Baron anymore, but once this next wave crashes, they're just going to take that tower in no time. Tangyuan is going to crash that wave and reset. And Hongfeng is now here, still 3.5 items, looking for that Infinity Edge. That's their next item on. Ultimate available to them. Now Tangyuan does rejoin up with the team, but down goes the inhibitor. This is going to be a 3 inhibitor take here from the side of BLG. And the hope, I think, has diminished even more here for the side of RNG. They found those picks, but they lose all pressure for it.
All right, I'm going to play a game of chat if you don't mind.
Go on.
I mean, you're free to participate. You're here. So,
Might as well.
BLG over under 35 minutes. And, well, I'm not going to make a poll in chat. Don't know what I'm allowed to.
I'm going to say over. I think they're
But
going to play for Dragon, and I think that's going to
if-
slow their tempo down.
If you're in chat, if you think it's going to be over 35 minutes, let's get a +1 going. And if you think it's going to be below 35, then let's get a nay going, because I think nay is a global emote, so I think it's not like a channel. anything. Just get a gauge. How do you know? Because I know it's been a slow-paced game. Trying to engage viewers a bit. Because me personally, I think it's going past 35. I'm kind of. I don't think BLG are gonna end quickly.
They got 50 seconds on the dragon.
Indians.
Baron's about to spawn up. I think they're just going to do all of those objectives, then close out. It's going to be close, though. But I do think it's still going to take 35. And oh my word, the Zyra pit. That's not Baron pit, that's the Zyra pit.
And that's the Zyra pit. Oh, man.
She ulted to get the attack speed growth on the plants as well.
Yeah, it's really impressive. All right, so seeing a lot of nays and one singular yay. Or yeah. Actually, I'll read it as is. So let's see. A lot of non-believers.
We've got to close in 2 minutes.
They've got 2 minutes. They've got
I mean, it's going to take them 5 seconds to
fight.
do the dragon, to be fair.
Yeah. Can they do it? They got time's ticking, man. They got 2 minutes less than.
Looks like there's a potential flank angle coming in. Juice gets himself rooted, loses a fair amount of HP, is dodging out on Elk. Half HP to Elk. Dragon spawning up, and I just think RNG are going to have to give, although they've got a couple of members in the area. In they jump, the Magnet Storm goes down. Dragon Soul secured for the side of BLG. Ming falls, double kill for Knight. Chasing onto Hong Feng with that Guardian Angel. Can they keep it going? The teleport's coming in. Knight's going to fly in, try and flash over the wall. Juice launches into the fray, has to peel backwards, but the minions are just going to close the game out. RNG, they can't do anything. They just have to watch at this point. They are being chased down. The supers are going to close the game out. RNG doing their work, doing their best as the double kill gets picked up. Juice comes in. Can he save the day? The teleport's coming back. They interrupt the teleport. Tang not getting reset, not getting it. He gets the triple. Pins in the base. Down goes the Nexus. Under 35 minutes. BLG take the win.
What a hilariously chaotic game. BLG don't seem too amused. Don't seem too amused by the ending. But, hey, look. You could see, like, it's RNG. Like, they had damage, man. But they were just getting out Team 4 every single time. Wow. What a stupid ending to that game. And if
that was the ending I needed, man.
Genuinely got back to base. Maybe he'll. Well, no, the minions would have ended. I don't like. He dealt so much damage. He might have one-shot Bin. Like, there's a chance. I don't know. Either way, BLG are up on 0. RNG down the game. I think it's what we expected, but the journey wasn't quite that. That team fight, because I don't drink coffee, but that team fight was the equivalent of coffee for me. That game was so sleeper for like from 20 minutes. The last 14 minutes of that game was just a lot of posturing and not a lot of anything, and then a very explosive fight at the end. And I have to admit, we saw life from RNG, but they just got strangleholded out of that game. Anyway, we're going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and then we're back with our second game of this series. So we'll see you in a moment.
to comprehend. We cannot break, we cannot bend. stay in 45. You will be our silent Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the LPL, getting ready to go into our second game of our second series. Game 1, very, very dominant by BLG, but very slow tempo towards the end and a bit of a fumble in that last team fight. It was a bit of a comedy of errors to end on for BLG.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest end. They were only ever 133 gold behind.
Wow. Let's have a look at the MVP.
It wasn't really an impressive win, was it? You know, like, let's just break away for a minute, you know? Like, all right, Bin gets MVP. I mean, to be honest, I don't know if Bin should have got MVP.
Do you think?
You know, nah, Bin.
Who do you think
He
deserved
was
it?
in a winning matchup. I mean, not because we focused on him, but probably shouldn't.
Yeah. Elk did a lot of damage.
should.
I will say that.
Yeah,
Elk did a
put
lot of
numbers
damage.
as well. Hey, it is what it is, right? You know, Bin gets another MVP. I can't hate this guy. Like,
No.
how can you look at Bin and feel anything but happiness? He's just a funny guy. He's got a lot of comedy behind him, a lot of character, and yeah, it's still, you know, a well enough earned MVP. Not to take it away from him.
No, not at all, yeah.
And I suspect we are likely to see a similar result in game number 2. I'm not sure how we're gonna get there after the last game.
Yeah, I think for me, I want to see a more dominant game from BLG, and not to say the last game wasn't dominant, but like, sorry, not dominant, decisive is the word I'm looking for. Because it was very dominant, but like, it wasn't decisive. Like, they had the control at pretty much every point of that game, but it didn't feel like they were completely in control, even though they had control, if you know what I mean. Like, I want to see them play more decisively is the key thing. Now, obviously, the Zyra, they can't pick up in this time. RNG can take it if Wei has it in their champ pool. I'd be surprised if they don't. It's, first of all, not particularly hard to pull off. But we'll see whether or not it gets banned away or picked up, as the bans are rocking through. The Tristan, the Nautilus, the Rumble, the Leona so far getting banned out between both teams. And now looking over to BLG's final ban of this phase. Guess what they're going to look for.
Me as well. There's the Ashe. Maybe they just ban away the brand if I'm RNG, but then like, you're probably gonna get Carthus stomped by Shun. I mean, he doesn't even really play it. Probably just wouldn't be surprised they just first pick Italy for the fun of it. You know, like, that's where BLG are probably at mentally. Let's see what RNG do though. The Blanc. They don't want Knight of the Blanc. I think that's fair. Knight of the Blanc. Very, very, very terrifying. And Bin locks in the Skarner. Will Juice take the Mordekaiser matchup? That's my big question. Will he handshake another tank? I don't know. I just feel like Skarner beats so many champions in the game besides like the really obnoxious range champions.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to sit on our hands and wait for now. Corki will get locked in by RNG. Do they want an AP jungler now? Do they want a support pick? You know, choice is theirs. I feel like they don't really want to show their hand right now, so I wouldn't mind if they early rotated this Mordekaiser, but at the end of the day, or just a pick into it, right? I think Renekton's also another okay champion in lane into the Skarner, but then you're playing Renekton, and sometimes that can suck. You know, there's kind of depends on what the rest of BLG's composition is. So
Yeah.
The way to get around to it. There it is. There's Nidalee for Shun. A little bit of mid lane setup would be nice, and it's not really set up, but it is AD, and it does leave Shun as the isolated AP to collect for now.
Curious what they're going to pick up here then for Wei. Obviously, he's already taken the brand. Looks to go potentially down a different route here. Still keeping the AP jungler going. Still keeping the fast clearing AP jungler going as well. Obviously, things like the Lilia are still up and available as well if they wanted to pick that. But nope, it's going to be the Carthus. Just wants to be able to fast clear and also impact the map from wherever. So the big thing about Carthus is you don't have to be bot lane to have impact in that play. Your ult can, especially as you get later into the game and get a few items there. Your ult can still play a lot of work there. Lucian getting picked up for RNG as their next ban. And just to trim that ADC pull down. and technically mid laners as well. There's a bit of a flex in Lucian. Ziggs, another flex ban, getting banned here out by BLG. Just trying to rack my brain on what else we're looking at. So maybe more supports could also look to get banned away. Obviously,
Yeah, I would say here, if I'm RNG, probably banning one more AD. You've got first pick on AD, so I wouldn't be like over the top, but just probably something that you don't want to lane against. Paris makes sense, so maybe a Kalista from Huang Fang. I mean, obviously BLG can also ban it. There is that.
they played it last game though. They can't play the Kalista. Oh no, Kai'Sa, sorry. I think
No, Kai
yeah, sorry,
so
got
Kalista.
muddled up.
No, you're right. And yeah, I think that could be a valid option for them early game. Early game's really what you're looking for when you have Karthus, you know? Like, basically anything you can use to bridge to that point. Draven is, you know, a very respectable band into Wang Fang. And it does kind of leave more or less Kalista as the sole early game AD up.
Yeah.
And I think it just makes sense. You get R5 on support, and you feel pretty happy about it overall, because now it's like, if you're Elk, what do you reasonably play into it? Like, there's not really much up anymore that can go toe-to-toe in lane. You could look at maybe something like Zeri, Lulu, you could go Kai'Sa, I guess Nort's not up, but like, yeah, Kai'Sa Alistar's not bad. But then you get
like a
Brondon, Thresh. Yeah, that would also be pretty good actually here. Renata's also good. Like, there's so many options here for Ming.
Personally, I actually think I would prefer something like a Rel, because you do not have any engage on your team. And Rel will be very good, especially when Yone's jumping into the mix. I think I prefer this. Renata's fun. Renata's always very, very fun to watch. But yeah, it's going to be the Rel.
This also gives setup for dives, if lane states ever allow for it. I think Renata also was an okay option here. You've got a relatively short-ranged composition on the side of BLG. And, you know, the hostile takeover would have been really, really powerful. But hey, I think this is also good. And RNG, it's, you know, 3 relatively hard-winning lanes. I think they're all RNG favored with a Karthus. And BLG are going to have to do a little bit of maneuvering. We saw in that game 2 of the WE series where, you know, Hung was in a very difficult situation in the Kindred Nidalee matchup, and with no lanes of prio, still managed to make a couple of invades work, which, you know, made the Kindred's life a bit awkward. So we'll see whether or not Shun can replicate some of that, and whether or not RNG can maintain a bit of safety for their jungler and ensure that we actually get to see a little bit of weight get ahead in this Karthus matchup.
Well, that's going to be all to play for here. RNG not really playing for much other than an upset. Maybe playing to dent the ego of BLG after what has been a very dominating summer placement so far. 4-0 in Group B so far. Can they make it to 5-0 and run a schedule? Don't really think anyone stands in their way anymore.
It's alright for BLG. I don't think they'll be sweating too much. Already, of course, qualified into that Group 8. No problems for them. And we'll see how they do once they actually do start to meet some of the other top compares in these other groups. I think everyone's anticipating a very close fought Group 8. But of course, being in Group 8 puts you in a very good standing to grow into playoffs, as BLG Gyos are loud as ever. Oh.
That's RNG, mate. That's not BLG.
They're alive! They're alive! The RNG fans are alive. Alright.
I mean,
I like to hear.
there was definitely life to be gained from that that last team fight, where RNG had no business having a fight pop off that much in their favor.
No, definitely not.
They still lost the game, but like they still had no
They
business
still
that game
lost,
being that
but hey.
close.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. Ward kill means that Tang Yuan should hit level 2 a minion sooner. That could help him out in his lane. They drop a ward on the Raptors, but of course Shun is going to be starting on his blue buff. And also, I think that, like we, kind of mentioned, Ming should also hit level 2 a minion sooner. On cleared the ward. I'm not sure why. Anyway, not a problem. As they walk over to this bottom side. And yeah, expect Huang Feng and Min to have Ming rather to have a whole lot of prio down here. Shouldn't be much else. Shun is not going to go for the cheeky invade into Karthus. He's just going to try and go for a full clear, see if he can match the pace. Expect Karthus to be a little bit further ahead more times than not, but yeah, looking good right now is Ming.
Knight gets thrown onto Ming. He is low HP. El can just flash forward here. Not going to full commit. Knowing that probably would have cost him his own life, but not sure what Ming was doing there. Finding himself getting caught out as Juice. Crocodile having a bit of a rough one. Just on the edge of the tower range, so it doesn't take the tower shot, but does actually trade up versus Bin there.
Yeah, this is the thing.
Oh, okay, don't worry.
Those base damages are so stupid, man. Anyway, this is obviously, if you can't tell how much I dislike that Skarner champion. Yeah, you can sustain through a lot of the damage, right? You can trade quite heavily as the Renekton in this matchup. That said, Skarner just deals a lot of damage. Too much damage, in fact. And yeah, it does make it a very, very volatile matchup. And Wei is the one that is pathing up here. We'll see if he can try and set not only himself ahead, but of course Juice at the same time if they can get him chunked out low enough. He's got so much time, no Scuttle here. They're just going to look for a dive probably.
Yeah, Wave's crashing slowly but surely, although the damage on that Q onto the minions just completely negated any ability to dive.
Yeah, it's too hard. Bin keeps the wave uncrashed. Dive's not possible. But you can see definitely the potential there. And both these junglers will just go to the skulls at the same time. You can see Juice is still really committed to trying to make this play work.
This is Renekton's bread and butter.
Get a ward down. Yeah, it is. And I mean,
if
they can get this empowered Ruthless Predator down.
Oh, they got it. There's the paint wall of pain. Bin gets himself the knockback. First blood. 1 versus 2. Juice just ate too many boulders on the run up to that dive.
Okay. Karthus got a kill. I'm gonna say it's worth.
Okay, yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna say it's worth. Skarner's not a problematic champion with gold. Smile. Karthus is a problematic. That's a total lie, by the way, coming out of my mouth. Ignore me. Karthus can do a lot with that gold. Tangyuan.
Oh, he gets clipped as well. They're going to go in. That's him, Dunzo. Knight secures the kill.
Laser sharp aim as well from Shun.
That was beautiful.
Really well executed. And yeah, Tangyuan doesn't even flash. Knows he's dead. Just accepts his fate. Juice. For a bit of a trade there. Finds a little bit, but
too many minions.
Have to heal up. Too many minions, exactly. If he could have gotten the Q off on the champ and those minions, it would have felt a lot nicer. But yeah, Ben, you can see he's trying to just hold the wave as well as he can. But Wei just can't hit enough Qs during the stun duration. Not his fault. It's just the way the play happens. And yeah, Ben, just a very good response, right? The flash into the E. Not much Juice can do retrospectively into that. And yeah, very good pickup as Wei.
Coming up again.
Oh, he wants the Krugs first. But also Shun's here. Shun's come off that full clear. Oh. Looking for that dive onto Juice. But now the fact that Nidalee's here, Juice is still not level 6. And I'm going to be honest, Wei's got better things to do with his time. Probably. He doesn't want to stick around for too long. I'm going to find Shun up here. Q. Oh. I don't know if he got hit by a single Q there. Shun just really fancy feet. If he hits the spear, alright. If he hit the spear, that was 100% mental game. Like at that point, Wei walks out, you don't find any Qs, and then Shun snipes you over the wall. Game's over. Anyway, Wei's looking for a grub here. Bear in mind, if he gets one grub, I think that should make him hit level 6.
Oh, Tangyuan played that pretty well. There is no ultimate available tonight. Tangyuan able to sidestep and avoid getting killed. As Wei and Juice have actually been able to strong-arm their way in and trade up on the grub, so they go 2 for 1 on the grub front.
Just shy of level 6 there. So not going to be able to impact potential play on Tangyuan, of course, who just lost his flash. And Knight not going to be able to get aggressive as many members of RNG congregated around the play to ensure he remains safe. Yeah, not bad for RNG. Secure 2 grubs, but I feel like they're going to need a lot more than that, Jake, in this game. As he's on this skull. He's probably going to look for a dragon, maybe an invade. He's got lane prio everywhere. He wants the blue buff. Way's here.
He knows it's happening.
Can he do anything about it? He doesn't have smite. That's the problematic thing. And if Shun swaps targets, he's still not going to have level 6. Still not going to have smite. And he's probably not going to get his blue either. Really well done by Shun. 2 camps, 1 effectively leashed for him. And you know, maybe I told a big fat fib in the draft. I said BLG don't have any lanes of prio. But Knight's been able to force windows in. And RNG on this bottom side. They've kind of been suffering the entire lane phase, really, haven't they?
Yeah, well, Juice, he's going in for the ult here, gets caught by the Impale. They've got the ultimate coming down from Way. Bin's actually in a little bit of danger. Juice secures the kill. That's the power of the Requiem. You don't need to be there to have impact.
Nope, exactly. Bin just wasn't necessarily factoring in that Requiem. And I think as we panned up, he also missed his E. Not sure exactly what the context was of it. Maybe if we get a replay of the 1v1, we'll get to find out. But wait, he's not going to be able to steal away a second camp here as Knight just hovers over to protect his jungler's camps. We'll force Karthus back in. As I think he... Yeah. Just a little bit late, and that's what actually prompts Juice to go in. Knows Bin doesn't have that charge, and then... Yeah, the Requiem on top, it's... Yeah, it's what changes this fight as well. I think if the Requiem's not there, maybe, just maybe, Bin gets another rotation of Qs. Right, gets those autos off. You never know with a champion like Skarner. Very, very well played by Juice to find himself an almost solo kill.
And after the play went down, Way moved straight into the blue buff, stole that away from Shun as well, so somewhat alleviated that deficit that was picked up earlier, as he's actually just going to keep his mid lane alive, or healthier than maybe they would have been versus the trade versus Knight. Wall of Pain comes out, and now Way's doing the thing that Karthus does, just goes into the jungle with Fated Ashes and just hoovers up jungle camps, and you can see the jungle gold diff slowly amounting, although Vision, he does have an entire bot side to play with. Nothing to steal, unfortunately, for him, though.
Nothing to steal right now. And, yeah, like you say, Wait, just doing his best to recover. You have to remember, he lost his Gromp and his blue only a few minutes ago, so to be back basically at even standing in the jungle department is pretty well fought for him. There's a Bin. Yeah, Skarner's fun. Juice is finding it out the hard way. Still surprised we didn't see a Mordekaiser, in all fairness, but of course they wanted Way more likely on the Karthus to try and change the game instead.
And Karthus is one of those champions where the later in you get, the ult can just decide whether or not an ADC is even present in a fight. Because you just get so much damage onto them. Plate gets taken there by Knight in the mid lane. One thing. It's been quiet bot side. We've been very focused on the top side and the junglers this game, but that's just been very quiet as Juice actually pops the ultimate here. Way has ultimate. He has the Blackfire Torch as well, waiting for the perfect opportunity. The dodge on the Impale, the jump forward. Juice secures the kill, but the burn from the Blackfire is the final tick. Okay, I see you, Juice.
Not bad, Juice. Not bad. I mean, it's good reactions. Dodges out of the way of the Impale. It's got a slow charge up time, but neither way, it doesn't really matter. Way gets a kill on to the board again. Darkseal stacks. Begin to stack. You know they're not going to really get their hands on the grubs. Really well played by Juice and Way. Just knowing they've got the windows to do it. And I mean, it's the only thing they can really play for. You know, these mid lane trades haven't been super favorable. The bottom side trades haven't been super favorable. I like that RNG are trying to force a lead out of somewhere. As a Bin. You know,
I don't
Skarner...
think Kalista wins this.
There's... Yeah. Yeah, that's so fun, man. Doesn't that look great? Just like Bammy Cinder and armor items, like that's fine,
yeah,
right?
but I will say if an ADC is melee with a Juggernaut, that's probably what should happen.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. But Skarner's play pattern, man, it just doesn't feel. It just doesn't feel nice, does it?
No, I can't disagree with you on that side of things.
It like at least the other like with the other juggernauts, it feels like there's some moderation of game, like counterplay. Mordekaiser's spells are really slow, so like you have time to at the very least dash out of the way or flash them. Bin,
Going for a dive. Wall of Pain, Magnet Storm. Looks like he's not going to get much done of anything. The Fate's cool as well. Pulls Ming out of tower damage. Lovely little execute onto him. 1 and 4 Bin on this Skarner. He is getting bullied right now. And Wei's actually closing in on getting his ult back up. Oh! They get away with murder, both of them there.
On was looking for that interrupt there. Almost got it, mind you. Oh, Knight. I'm surprised he didn't press his R key. That is discipline of the dragon is up in 30 seconds. I need that for the objective.
Yes.
That's what that is from Knight.
I
Really well
low-key thought he was going to take that, but he just, like you said.
I thought after he hit the knockup the first time, he was just going to immediately R and just overbake the damage, but doesn't look for it in the end. Just chunks out Tang Yuan. Just gives them maybe a brief numbers advantage if they were looking for the dragon. The thing is, though, look at the minimap. Shun is nowhere near that top side of the map. However, BLG are still finding this bottom side tier 1, which is absolutely absurd, and now they're going to get punished for it with this teleport.
Yeah, it looks like they're coming in. In comes Juice. He's got the slice. He's got that dice. On may just be the victim instead, as Tang Yuan a little bit too slow to get there. Now Hon Feng goes down. Knight secures the kill. Held the fate sealed until then, but does pull it off beautifully.
Getting away with murder.
BLG are getting everything.
They
That's 14 plates they got.
top tower, mid tower, almost mid tower rather. Like, and the dive for that's ridiculous. After overextending on a bottom plate to not even get punished for it. Knight's gonna get chased out. But he should be fine. And now they get the bot tower in the extended bracket. I mean, it's just a bit of a masterclass here.
It was 13 plates, not 14 plates. That's still a
I'm glad
lot
you
of
got there in
plates.
the end.
That's still a lot of plates. Bin got first tower as well, so he got all the bonus gold for that. And considering how much he's been camped, that is going to be a lovely little injection of cash. And yeah, right on the edge of the fate sealed. Spear comes in. Knight barely lost any health through the shield.
Yeah, Yone's a champ, eh?
He is indeed.
Though I will say, I don't find Yone as obnoxious as other champions.
Oh, hell no. He's about to get taken down. In comes the Requiem. Pop
Oh, that's
goes Knight.
respectable.
I think that was Wei getting an item.
Shutdown.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. What's he gonna need? His larger up? Hey. Actually, no. He just based. So I assume he already spent his gold.
Oh,
Holding
Haunting guys.
All right. So he's gonna go double burn item, which is perfectly fine because soul AP. However, delaying your death cap can feel a little bit bad. As Juice, he wants it.
He really does.
He's happy to take this. He's got Black Cleaver, don't forget. So shreds the armor.
He's actually winning this fight pretty whole-handedly.
Very heavily.
Bin has the Impale, though, so keep your eyes on for that one. He misses the Impale.
Oh!
Solo kill from Juice. That was really cleanly played.
Not particularly ecstatic about it in the camera, but I'm sure internally he's very happy about solo killing Bin. 1 on 5 or not. Wait.
Oh, no. Wei's in danger.
Could be in a bit of trouble. Flash over the wall.
Oh! He followed him with the hunt. Connects on. Wei has the passive now. Can he find any extra damage? In comes on. Gets the two-man knock-up. Juice is locked down. Elk gets himself the double kill. Ming on the run is going to be able to break away. Elk, what a absolutely beautiful ultimate.
Oh, man. Elk. You'll see that on a highlight reel somewhere. Predicts the flash from Wei. I mean, it's the only thing Wei can do, right? So he just ults preemptively. Knows it's going to happen. Finds him. Goodbye Dark Seal stacks. Goodbye tier 2 tower. And RNG are just continuing to extend their gold lead even further. And they stop this Herald from charging. Fang Fang didn't seem too interested. Right-clicking that. Charge goes through. As get a replay. I mean, he ults before the flash.
Oh,
Like, he knows it's coming. He even sidesteps the first Q over the wall. Flashes the Q flash from mid. It's just perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect from Elk.
good two-man headbutt pole as well from On. Making sure that second kill does come through, and all of a sudden you've got a very accelerated Kaiser on BLG. RNG, they honestly did a lot to be ahead in kills. Undone in a single little play there.
And it feels bad, you know, like, has it felt like RNG were gonna be in a commanding position at any point in this game? Because all of a sudden, it's just like the game's blown open again. It's like 3,000 gold.
I think the problem for RNG is even when they were making good kill plays, they lost so much. Like they got that kill bot side and then just lost all their tower plates and towers elsewhere. Finn, who'd been put out of the game, got himself first tower blood with the plates. Like, they just, he's so comfortably in it still as Wei dodges everything thrown onto him and Knight is being cooked. Down he goes. Kill secured by Wei as well. That's another step towards that Leandre's Torment, but Elk is going to get time on this top side tower. Remember, they're worth a lot of gold, these ones, so a kill for a whole bunch of gold injected onto Elk and Zun. I think you're going to be happy with that one.
Yep, he is. Getting his tower up here as well.
No one's here.
Grubs. No one is here. They're not even going to get the inhib because they don't think it's worth doing it yet. Also a little bit worried about the collapse, of course, but realistically, who's going to stop them?
I think that is the right play, not taking the inhib there.
No, definitely is. As whilst we was watching that play on the bottom side, this is what happened to Juice. Elk. Finn comes through the wall. I mean, it's a solo kill, actually. Elk
I don't think Finn even got an assist on that.
I don't think he did either.
RNG looking for the Hex Tech. Be able to get that one nice and easy. That is their second Drake of the game. RNG trying to trade out for the tower on the bot side. The Impale lands onto the 2. The spear comes in. In jumps on. Gets the pole onto 1. Juice is low HP. Prey Seeker goes a little bit wide. Jun gets the kill. No follow-up really available to BLG, especially through that wall of pain. But they do stop the tower and they do get the kill, so BLG are going to be happy just off that.
Yeah, absolutely they will be. I'm going to keep on pushing as well. Don't want to give RNG any breath. And all right, chat, you know the drill. Last game it was over 35 minutes. This game we're going to do 25. How are we feeling? Because BLG feel a little bit more alive this game.
Oh, I'm going to say over.
Take your chatting bets now. You reckon over?
I don't think this game's got another 5 minutes. I think BLG is still playing quite reserved.
All right. I respect it.
That's my input.
We'll see what chat sentiment is. Over for Yay. Or wait, no. How should we do it? How did we do it the last time? I've already forgotten. Man, I'm tired.
It's +1 and
it was +1 and yeah, but I think people ended up doing yeah, so we kind of accepted yeah. No for yeah, you guys know. Red for it's not over 25. Yay for over 25. There you go. Let you know where we're at right now. And I feel a bit bad for RNG, but they are already locked in to Group B.
yeah, it's pretty rough. Although BLG, Jun's going low. The Magnet Storm holds him in place. He survives! The burn should finish him up. Knight's going to get a kill, though, so they trade out 1 for 1. RNG honestly forced a lot there. They didn't have their Kaiser. Now, Knight, can he get out in time? He's teleporting. He's out!
Wow. Teleport to bot too. He's actually gonna be
No
able
way.
to shove this out.
No way is he getting that.
I mean, there's resets coming in. I don't think he gets it though.
Nah, he's going to get towers. But Elk's going to get mid tower, and that is all of the base towers. Oh, all of the towers outside the base down. BLG still very comfortably in control, but a few misplays, and this is what we talked about after the last game as well. It does feel like BLG are still making a few kind of individual mistakes. Like, this probably shouldn't have happened for Jun. They shouldn't have got caught, and it's great how long they were able to survive. The heal was massive, but it's not going to be enough. And Wei absolutely taken out by Knight. And Knight
No.
gets taken out by Tang
absolutely
Yuan.
Taken out by Tang Yuan. All right. I would love to know how that happened. But BLG will be down their mid lane up. And like you said, don't think this is going over 25. Oh, you think this is going over 25 minutes? I lean to agree. As BLG lose their mid lane up. Baron's being
Bin
thrown,
flank.
but Bin's on a flank. He's been spotted out. Can still go over the wall. An impale here would be big. Juice is still looking for a flank. They're burning this.
They're going for it quick. Shin's going to have to maybe make a miracle play. Come in. They get the knockback. They get them all in. Can they get the stun? It comes in. The stun's huge. But the Baron secured from the side of RNG. Now the fight is on. BLG low HP, but Elk is untouched. It's a triple kill. He's going to go for the quadra kill. Not finding the penta. Ben tidies it up. What an absolute bloodbath in the Baron pit.
Bin is the only one still left standing. Knight just respawned. He doesn't count. And he's going to push out this top side, look for an inhib. Can't quite end. But man, RNG were willing to go scorched earth for that Baron. They take it off the map, and honestly, I would say that's worth. The Baron's not on the map anymore. That means BLG can't get it. And if BLG can't get Baron, it means they can't end the game easily. Right? They can still end it. But there goes the second inhibitor tower of the game. Let's get a look at the replay, because the Smite Rend combo was unsynchronized, to be polite about it. It
took a moment.
It spent half a second just
It's
sat
ping.
400 HP. If Shun was in the Baron, like, in the Baron pit, that's just a BLG steal. Elk was on here for a penta, but unfortunately, Bin actually secured one of the kill credits. Not his fault, and ends up dying to Tang Yuan by the end of the play. Really, really well done by RNG to at the very least get the Baron off the map, but I think the fate still remains, though we've not really taken much stock of this game. And in all fairness, Tang Yuan is a 3-item core key. Wei is a long ways away, Sauce, but it's just his name, from a third item. So they're trying to funnel a little bit of gold into it. We saw that shit.
You can do this
saw
next one.
that.
There it is.
I love how he emotes, because he knows the observer.
He knows the camera's on him.
He knows the camera's on him. And yeah, RNG, they're not sat in a horrid position by item stance, you know, though a few more items have just come in for BLG and made that circumstance just a little bit more difficult to deal with. And actually, one I'd like to point out is the fact that Elk actually does have a Seeker's Arm Guard, so he's got the stasis, or stasis rather, and of course that means he can block out any ability, more particularly of course the Requiem, if he feels like it's a threat to his life. So BLG, they're in full cruise control mode now again for the next couple of minutes, unless RNG decide to make a play, but they don't have a lot of informational vision to work with.
Definitely pretty set up at this point. All that Seekers onto Elk. Nike actually just got back and picked up a Jack Show as well, so a little bit tankier on this Yone with the Bork and the Kraken under their belt. Tang Yuan is clearing up the way. Very close to level 16 actually, like 1 minion away from 16. So it's the last upgrade onto the ultimate from them. I think it's just going to be a waiting game for the next objectives, really.
Yeah. Poor Wei. Not going to be able to farm anything yet. Even needs a
stole that
spear
one
for
away.
his troubles. Poor guy.
Once that
Alright.
death cap comes
Well-
in, though, that's scary.
Yeah. In about 10 minutes at this rate. It's just not that it's taking too long, per se. It's more that BLG are just starting to suffocate them out. Really stop the resources from coming through. More jungle camps stolen away. And almost as importantly, as that death cap, level 16 as well, is still
Yeah, that is a ways
miles
off.
away. Yeah. He's hit 15 now because he soaked a bit of XP from the bottom side. I'd love to know whether or not he's got another dark. Not dark. He's large. He hasn't. He's bought another control ward, but he's placed one down in the bottom side, so he's just wasting gold.
I guess he's scared about a potential Baron or Dragon. I think Baron probably more scary right now. It is just... It's, again, the brakes have been put on. We're well over that 25-minute mark. I feel like we could go for 35, honestly. BLG are very, very tame.
I don't know, man. That's 7 minutes after this next Baron. You feeling confident about that call? Like,
I just feel like BLG haven't been instant on the trigger on Baron at all in this series. So I'm pretty confident that it may... I don't think Baron's going to go down in the next 45 seconds when it spawns. I think there's going to be a lot more time between that. Ming's just gone on for a reset, refreshed those wards. They do have a lot of jungle camp... Well, sorry, a lot of vision to clear out in this Baron area. Has been. May just look for the solo kill onto Juice. Actually, Knight's also coming down. Juice gets pinned against the wall. The Impale is up. I don't really want to see Bin use it, but the ultimate gets used by Juice, and now he's got a 1 versus 2. Gets caught by the Fate's Call, and that is going to be him done so. They held the Impale, but they did use the Fate's Call.
yeah, they did. And in all fairness, it's a really short cooldown at rank 3, so it's actually definitely the better of the two ultimates to expend for that play. 4 versus 5, barely any vision. This Baron's just going to get...
Yeah, I mean my words here, aren't I?
Yeah.
Immediately they do it.
I mean,
As soon as it's
what
spawned.
can RNG do? You know, they're down a top laner. Just makes sense. No vision as well. Really well earned by BLG. And I love that play. Whenever you send 2 side laners, or 2 solo laners to a side lane, to pick on one when you've got teleport on both of them. It's the old G2 play from 2019. They were the first team that really started to continually do it and make it a bit of a habit.
Oh, Bin.
Very, very nice to see. Now, how will Bin... Oh.
Like that, he'll come in for the Impale,
Oh.
get a whole bunch of damage down to Tang Yuan.
Oh,
Elk! He's got the damage. Ming's just taking so much heat. Elk flashes forward, looks for Wei, finds himself the double kill. Juice now pinned in place, and that's going to be the triple. Secured. In comes the ultimate as Ming is being chased down. Knight will secure his kill with the W, the sweep. BLG slide in and tidy that one up.
From downtown, Elk. Max range killer instinct. It had to have been. He was gliding on that screen forever. Comes in, picks up a triple. Almost a quad. Knight sweeps up that 4th and final kill. It's only Huang Fan alive. And that should just about be game. They've got Grubs, they've got Baron. It's only a poor Kalista. What more can she do? Not much, but watch as the Nexus falls, and BLG looking to close the series out.
Well, Hongfeng is going low. He almost gets the kill onto Elk. That was a little bit closer than maybe they wanted it to be. No, may have to back off at this
BLG.
point. The whole team's
BLG.
coming up. Elk, he's been
Oh,
interrupted.
Elk.
He's going
Oh,
down.
no.
The shutdown goes to Ming.
Oh, man. Maybe this game does go longer than 35 minutes.
Apparently.
That's not great. You
That
know,
was a
like,
real fumble.
Because Wei, how close is Wei to death cap? You know, like, kind of problematic. I don't know. I mean, I feel like BLG are just too far ahead. But, you know, like, do you ever want to risk it?
Yeah, I mean,
Well-
Elk's now full build. Well, he's not full build because he can still get the Zephyr boots, I guess.
Yep.
But Deathcap, Zhonya's, Guinzu's, Static, Nash's. He is scary.
Well, there's the death cap. See, the real problem, I guess, is now because he went Leandri's, he doesn't have Void for the 3 other targets that have a whole bunch of magic resist.
And Elk
So
can just
he's
Zhonya's
only-
it.
And so can Shun.
Ooh.
So yeah, it's a little bit rough. That's why sometimes I don't like the allure of going double burn item is obviously very, very nice, but It's not the best.
Oh,
Impale
going in
onto
for a
Ming.
fight.
Ming is
Recalled to safety, luckily for him, but that will be an inhibitor going down. I think BLG, they made one mistake. They're not going to make that same mistake twice. They're going to crash the wave. In comes the ultimate from Hui. Doesn't barely scratch Elk.
Doesn't scratch anyone, but shouldn't.
Yeah, Jun's the only one who
victim of
felt
that.
the heat from that one.
And he's back to almost full HP from 2 heals, so it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, super minions are coming in now on the bottom side. I think BLG will use that to force Knight. He's got Tangyuan here.
Oh, goes in for the flash. He goes down. That is going to be a bit of a mistake from them. No Yone. BLG doing their hardest. They do get the knock up onto Ming. Wei flashes away. Zhun's in danger. Zhun goes down. Now Ming is chasing onto Ivan. Bin is in danger. Can they get the damage off onto him? I don't think they can. The pulse comes down. Elk, low HP. Everybody is low. Ming, Elk jumps in. The Zonya secures the double. Does he have flash? No. He goes down. There is nothing they can do. A series of misplays that cost them everything.
Oh. If anyone's ever seen that video of the football commentator just going, put it in the net! This is this game right now. Just finish the game, lads. I don't know what else to say. BLG are making a bit of a mess of this. And by a bit of a mess, I mean a bloody mountain out of a molehill. The question really is, how long can RNG keep this fast going? Because, I mean, they're just happily catching what BLG are throwing at them, right? Let's not paint it in any other way other than what it is. But this is getting a bit ridiculous now. Good flash back out from Wei. But then Shun goes in, gets one shot. Bin overextends. And then Elk and On are really committed to making the plays. In all fairness, Elk gets slowed by the wall of pain there. He has to go back in. He knows he picks up 2 kills for it. But everything else leading up to that was just pretty hilarious. And now, BLG, we're back to square one.
Indeed.
If you are a believer of over 35 and not just 25, then pat yourself on the back. Because you were certainly correct.
Yeah, the over 35 stock's cashing in now.
This is absolutely outrageous. A Requiem maybe to try and push back.
It just
the
doesn't
members
hurt
of
them.
BLG. It just doesn't, does it? And again, let this be a lesson. If you are playing some of these AP junglers, sometimes going double burn is just not worth it. And this is one of those games. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure Leandri's is, like, you know, done its damage, right? It's going to have okay damage number stats, but at least Void Staff just kind of helps you crack through some of the front line, and then you can go to Leandri's fort if you really want to.
Yeah.
Either way, Baron secured for the second time this game, the third of all of the Barons that have spawned up in this one. Of course, RNG secured that first one earlier on. Now, attempt number 3 from BLG.
2 inhibs
Is
respawn.
third time's the charm. Truly, you know, as the saying goes.
Just feels like even though RNG have done a good job of defending this tower, they can't really defend the inhibitors. So down they go. Now more ways to be coming in. The good news is Wei's getting a whole bunch, but Bin just flashes in, finds the Impale immediately. The Magnustorm follows up. There's the Fate Sealed. They're looking for the damage. That's going to be one already picked up for Elk. Juice is keeping the damage onto Elk, but Juice cannot do enough. Ming is headbutted. He's going to flash away from the Pulverize. The Nexus goes down. This is BLG taking the win. Took them a little bit longer than we thought they needed, but there it is. 2-0 in the series to BLG.
I'm just gonna assume that they were having fun.
I would like to
Either way.
believe that.
2-0 over to BLG. I think everyone expected the result.
Yeah.
But, you know, maybe BLG are doing us a G2, and they're giving us content games. That's perhaps what it is. They'll still get their result. They'll move 5-0 in the group. One more series left. Of course, that'll be LGD. I think in 5 days' time, I want to say.
Yeah.
Thursday. So if you're a BLG fan, keep your eyes peeled for that series. As they look to try and clean sweep the group. And yeah, RNG still continuing to struggle, unfortunately for them. But it's hard to be overly critical. And they are against BLG, who just continue to look even amongst all of the farce of closing out these two games. Like a very, very, very strong team in the LPL, and they're still yet to play some of the other teams. The top teams, rather. Of course, we'll have to wait until they move in through the summer season and that group.
Yeah, I mean, very, very bizarre win there for BLG. I think LGD looked more dominant in their games than BLG did in their game. Even though it felt like in both the games...
I know what you mean. It's
you know,
so
right?
weird.
It's really weird as well, because
so
if you
strange.
look at it realistically, BLG actually did have more control. In both the games, the map was convincingly theirs, but like all of the gameplay wasn't. I don't know. I would like to believe that you are right, that they were just having fun, because I don't think a team who are now 5-0 should have looked that close versus 0-5 with making that many mistakes. It was weird because they were relatively slow-paced games, but the fights in them, absolutely explosive. Really, really fun fights. That Baron Pit fight where everybody died but Bin, just beautiful League of Legends. Really, really fun to watch. Amazing games today, to be honest. That's some really fun ones. BLG, though, a little bit slower than I expected, to be honest.
Yeah, no, BLG, very slow off the mark, but like, I think they knew that they were probably going to be fine here. There wasn't really going to be too much an issue. And yeah, just, I would say business as usual. If you don't watch the series today, and you happen to watch the series tomorrow, when we get to that, yesterday's results tab, you're going to look at the results and go, oh yeah, of course BLG 2-0'd RNG. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Without having any idea. It's only the people that are here. Us and chat right now, if you're present, only you know what happened in this series. And
it was like a fancy dress day at work. So business got done, but they were all wearing clown outfits.
Actually, even better, do you know what this is like? This is like, you know when you miss a day at school, and then there's like 3 fights that just happen, and you're not there to see them?
Yes.
That's this series. That is this series. That's what this series was.
Yes, it really was. I mean, having a look at that, the kill participation was high for Wei, but the damage wasn't particularly great. Yeah, they were definitely tempted by the double burn. I feel like they could have potentially picked up the next burn item later if they really wanted it, and prioritized getting a death cap second or something. But nope, they decided that the Leandries was a bigger buy for them, and Wei, they did work early, and I have to give it to Wei. In both these games, they actually did do a fair amount of work early, but I just feel like BLG just played this so well. I mean, if Elk doesn't get MVP for this game, I'm going to be so surprised. He was playing like a man on fire, complete lunatic. It was brilliant to watch.
Incredible. It was incredible mechanics coming out from Elk this series. This game was his playground. Well and truly. And especially that bottom side play. We already cycled through the replay, but following Wei over the wall. Well, I say following. Mind controlling Wei to flash over the wall with the killer instinct. Flashing the Sharing Strike as well, the Rel Q. Everything was just so perfect about that play. And even this, I mean, this could have gone BLG's way as well. Like, they could have gotten this Baron. And even if they all died off the back of it, and, almost all of them do, that would have been far better for them than anyone else. Either way, though, BLG, I think, if their coach gave them instructions to cleanly play this game out and end it as soon as possible, then I don't think he's going to be too happy, but he'll be happy about the result. As again, Elk, this player as well, just from downtown, is one of the furthest Killer Instinct plays I think I've seen in Pro for a very long time. Normally they're so close range, the Kaisers, it doesn't often feel like you get to see the max range ability come out, and yeah, again, nothing but praise for Elk.
Yeah, I do think BLG's coach behind the scenes is going to have his arms crossed when they walk backstage and be like, right, what was that? Because that was messy.
This will be funny because this will be back to the days of when you was a caster and I was still a coach. Do you remember the belt?
Yes, I knew that was coming. Yeah, the thing I got in trouble for, even though it was you.
Yeah. I have a sneaking suspicion. I have a sneaking suspicion. I don't want to go any further though. As yeah, again, excellently played there from BLG. Despite the fumbles, yes, I say excellently. What I mean is they got the job done.
Yeah.
They eventually put the ball in the net. That's the important thing. They killed the Nexus.
Yes.
5-0. I imagine they're probably going to be able to clean sweep the group, but hey, who knows? If this is the level of performance they're going to put out, LGD are a far more functional team than RNG are. So
yeah,
like,
I
you
genuinely
never know.
think I think next week when those two teams go toe to toe, I think that's going to be a banger series. Unless this was a wake up call for BLG and then they come in like proper
this
serious.
Is the thing. Like BLG are a good enough team that realistically they would have come into the series and they would have been like, not to say they weren't playing at 100%, but they weren't playing at 100%, right? And yeah, we'll see. MVP's ready.
It better be Elk.
It should be Elk.
Yeah, it is.
There you go.
It is Elk.
Holy
moly.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
Yeah.
No
surprises.
Just soak it in.
No surprises. This guy, I actually feel like this game was entirely on Elk's back. He played very, very well.
He did. I think, underneath all of it, he was the caretaker, right? For the rest of PLG.
Yeah.
Having a little bit too much fun, perhaps, as we've got today's results ready. As we saw what happened here. If you missed the first series of the day, then you'll probably be a little bit more shocked to know that WE got 2-0'd by LGD.
I feel like the win isn't overly surprising, but the fact it was a 2-0 is probably what's surprising.
And even the journey and the content inside of those series, like, WE had a solid early game, an okay mid game, but they just fumbled everything else. LGD, still a lot of collecting to do in the early game, and that's where I feel a little bit worried when they go into this next series, right? Because they have to win to secure top 2 to not get knocked into that lower group.
Yeah, they played very well.
There's probably some other conditions there too.
They played very well, but they have a lot to do before their matchup for BLG. Let's have a little look at who's playing tomorrow and tomorrow's schedule. What games we've got coming up? We've got IG versus AL and LNG versus TES. I'm curious for your thoughts. What games got your attention going into tomorrow's games?
I'm really looking at anyone's legend here. They've shown a lot of up and downs. They've shown a lot of very high highs and some very mediums. But I think for me, I've been so happy to see anyone's legend perform, right? Because I say they've had a lot of high highs and they've had a lot of low lows, but they're still 5-1, right?
Yeah.
They're still top of the group right now. And this is a really solid opportunity for them to make it into playoffs. It's been a little while in the grand scheme of things since anyone's legend have gone deep, right, in playoffs. Actually, no, they didn't even scrape it last split, did they? They came 11th, I think. So yeah, this is a really solid opportunity for them. I always forget because they looked so okay last split that I thought. Anyway, point being, good opportunity for a good run into playoffs if they keep on performing like this. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's series.
It's going to be a banger day. It's going to be an absolutely banger day. But that is us wrapping up today's action here at the LPL. Jamada, thank you so much for joining me back. It's been amazing to be back with you after a long period apart. Tune in tomorrow, same time, same place for more LPL action, and we'll see you then. See you around.